Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm slightly OCD about times, so it just turned 9 o'clock, so gosh darn it, we're gonna start. Welcome to this beautiful conference room that we have courtesy of the Hutchinson Chamber of Commerce. My name is David Carter. We have Ryan Hamill here. We are part of the Kansas Energy Program at K-State Engineering Extension Department. So guaranteed, any of you can go on to the K-State campus and ask, hey, we're here to meet with Kansas Energy Program, where are they? And nobody will know who the hell we are. We use K-State, but we do not receive any funding from K-State whatsoever, so we don't get any of the tuition. We get nothing from K-State. They take money away from us when we get our own grants or contracts. And then they give us a portion of that back. So, through the indirect costs. But yeah, we have to go out and find our own money. And so in 2016, we did that, and we established a partnership with the Kansas Corporation Commission. Some of you in the room will know that they are the regulatory agency for utilities in the state of Kansas. Investor-owned utilities, so not the co-ops. And then they also, it's really weird that they do utilities and phones. And then, they have some other things, so it seems like, Kansas said, we have this hodgepodge of stuff. Let's throw it under here. So, I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me, but we do the energy portion for them. We do energy education throughout the state of Kansas. And then we do energy assessments for small businesses and help them with some grant applications on their own. We have 5 people, 5.5 now, that do the entire state of Kansas. So we travel a lot, yeah. But we get to see some pretty cool places in Kansas also. And we get to establish some pretty good relationships. We met Lauren when we were doing a Kid Win Challenge here in Hutchinson, and it just went from there. And we've tried to connect. She's done Kid Win for us now a couple of times, and now we've done this, and we're constantly looking for other ways in which we can collaborate. And so we're looking forward to that. So that's a quick introduction to us. You will definitely hear from us a little bit later on. But for now, we're going to turn it over to the Hutch Chamber and let them talk about what they do and their plans for the region.
Good morning, everyone.
Yeah, you can log in here.
We're happy to welcome you into our space this morning. Thanks for taking the time to join us. My name's Lauren Storm, and I am the Business Retention, Expansion, and Workforce Program Manager for Greater Hutch, which is our economic development partnership for Reno County under the umbrella of the Chamber. There will be a test. I hope you're paying attention right now. We'll ask you to draw our family tree. So I've been here for about 3 years, and this is my counterpart, Katie Fallon. Let her introduce herself.
I'm Katie Fallon. I'm the Economic Development Project Manager for Greater Hutch. I work on new business recruitment, and this is my second tenure here with the Hutch Chamber, first in 2018 and 2020, and I've now completed my first year back, June 24th. Yes, June of last year.
We also have Seth Farley, which is our, he helps us out with marketing for Greater Hutch and also helps with member services with the Chamber. Although we have departments, we're very much all hands on deck kind of chamber, especially when it comes to serving our membership and serving our business community at large in Hutchinson and Reno County as a whole. So this morning, we just wanted to talk to you a little bit about what our department does. Also grammar. It's been a while since I got my English degree, but I do have it, so I know the language. My degree is purple, it's fine. You really for that.
No, it is not.
Come on.
Let us take the wins where we get them. Have you watched our football program?
Okay, fair. Have you watched ours in the last couple of years?
Yeah, I'm scared.
Anyway, let's talk about basketball. We'll get to that. We all like basketball more here too, anyway. So just wanted to talk through a couple of our strategic pillars as within economic development for Reno County, where we're at in our current capital campaign, where we're going in our current countywide strategic plan that's going to roll up into launch us into our next 5-year capital campaign. And then the disciplines that we cover within our office as it pertains to business retention, expansion, workforce development, new business recruitment, site development, and community capacity building. So kind of a little bit of context of where we've been and where we're going, and I will certainly invite Deborah to chime in at any time. Deborah is
Not just with bits.
Which she already did.
Yeah, yeah.
not that I need to invite you, you're on it. Gonna put my degree to work here. So we're in year 4 of our current capital campaign, and we are a public-private funded organization, and that 2/3 of our funding comes from the private sector that we fundraise through capital campaigns from our business community. And then 1/3 of it is publicly funded through the city and the county, neighboring cities and Reno County, that we will then make budget requests for. And that funds our work so a little bit of like going for grants, but not yes, but no. So within that capital campaign, which is called Reno Rising, we had set goals for jobs, for investment, for machinery and equipment investment. And most of those goals we have already knocked out of the park, by and large, helped by last year's announcement of Evergy's investment in Reno County with their 705 megawatt combined cycle plant. We've also exceeded our job goal of creating 400 new jobs in the previous 5 years. We're currently at about 519 new jobs across Reno County and are continuing to grow. Some of our incentive programs help to support companies that are looking to bring on new jobs, such as with both locally and statewide. We work really closely with the Kansas Department of Commerce to help companies to meet their needs based on the tools that are available to them and to us. Then we had about $100 million in machinery and equipment investment, which is also on a sliding scale that we're encroaching upon meeting that goal, and we'll certainly meet all of our capital campaign goals by the end of 2026. So I wanted to kick it over to Katie to talk just a little bit about Evergy and the economic impact that announcement is having on our region.
So as Lauren mentioned, Evergy announced last October that they will be constructing in Sumner County and then as well as Reno County at 2 natural gas combined cycle, 705 megawatt electric generation plants under 1 unit on each location. So a gig total of power that will be hopefully coming to us by 2029, 2030 on an accelerated timeline. Speaking of the KCC, in July, they just received all their permitting approvals, and so they're now entering into the next phase of their process. Out here in Reno County, south of South Hutchinson, right off of 50 Highway, it'll be 150 acres that they have acquired for this project, and it is a mile north of our 500-acre industrial park that I utilize with the Department of Commerce to submit on new business RFIs, which I will get into it shortly. But their plan for the initial construction phases hopefully will begin at the end of this year. And then, like I said, they're hoping to accelerate their timeline 2029, 2030 to have that operational and generating in our location 705 megawatts into the grid. It is going to be 500 plus construction jobs over the next 4 to 5 years. And then the permanent jobs are anywhere from 20 to 40 with a yearly salary average of $90,000. So really good primary jobs to plug into our 5-year goals with a salary that is very much above our average cost of living, good paying jobs for us to bring into the community. And like I said, their permits are approved and they're moving into the zone, or their KCC permits are approved. They're now moving into the zoning and permitting process in the local communities, and they're working through all of those pieces for infrastructure, fire, water, utilities additionally. and natural gas, because they have a property that has, I believe, there were 3 natural gas pipelines that run underneath it, which is fantastic for what they need. And we are a state that is abundant in natural gas, which is a big benefit going forward in the new business landscape. Before I move, that's what I have for Evergy. Before I move into that, anybody have any questions regarding any of that? You may have seen that's some of it in the news. Any other questions that we can help answer for those? No? Okay, cool. I'm gonna move then directly into how that how that works with our business recruitment. So when that comes into the energy portion of when I receive an RFI, so new business recruitment, let me back up. New business recruitment is the cloak and dagger portion of Greater Hutch. The new jobs everyone would like to know about is what I work on day to day, mostly with Department of Commerce and Greater Wichita Partnership. We fall into their 10-county region. I receive a project. The 2 that I'm working on today have the code names Diablo and Triple. We might get a vague description of what they are, how many acres they need, what their energy needs are. Sometimes I get a nice spreadsheet that's 12 tabs. Sometimes I get, send me a property flyer, and that's it. And so that is the goal that we have is they send us from site selectors, the companies with all of their names redacted and just their needs to meet. And immediately my first step before I actually look at anything in regards to incentives or addresses, local information, I find the acreage I need, the power I need, and I send off 4 emails directly to our energy partners. Utilities, water and wastewater with the city of Hutch or the city of South Hutch or Haven, anywhere it's necessary in the location of the site, along with Evergy immediately. Evergy on minimum needs a 1-week timeline to give me a proper letter of support and an analysis on what they can acquire for that property based on the needs of that customer. So when Commerce gives us those timelines, they are my first stop because they need the most time. Shortly after that, I email natural gas, and then right behind that, water and wastewater with the correct city so that I can plug those into either the cover letter presentation or the spreadsheet if that is what they need. And it's fantastic when we have our great partnerships like that. And Evergy is really good about giving us nice detailed letters of support for those pieces. And in that pipeline that we have going, I am into roughly 25 year to date, 2 that I'll be working on today, finishing up. And last year we had about 35 to 37. Could not submit on about 4 of those due to requirements. Project sizes keep getting bigger. The average project when I worked 2018 to 2020 in economic development, the electricity was a quarter, I believe maybe a quarter of the size of the needs. And now every project is large megawatts. What a mega project would have been in 2018 to 2020 is the average project size these days for electricity needs. It's just going up and getting higher. And so sometimes we can't submit based on land acquirement or land requirement or energy requirement, and they let us know immediately, and then we let Commerce know if we cannot submit on those. And it's been an up and down with how the tariffs have been going. It's been up and down. We're now picking up into the back quarter of the year. We've had more in the last couple of weeks than I have in the 6 weeks before, which is great. And that's kind of how Commerce ebbs and flows, which is where it's great when Lauren is helping our local businesses expand, because if I'm not having a ton of new business coming in, it's great that we have our local expansions that are flourishing. Let me check my notes, see where I'm at here. Get substantially every year. That covers most of what I had. That was kind of a back and forth bounce on business recruitment. The goal obviously is to open and grow our primary jobs in our tax base. And that process does take, Deborah, what would have been when you started economic, how long would it maybe take to land a project to grow primary jobs in a community on average, would you think?
Recruitment project,
Yeah.
the time span for one of those could be 6 months, 12 months, sometimes 2 years. It just depends on the scope of the project and how many locales they're looking at to narrow down their pipeline. So it varies.
I think
It's not a quick process.
No.
It's the long game.
Yeah. It's the game of patience in the long game. And I will say we are very poised in this community to be successful. We've been finalists in quite a few projects that just haven't made it to either our Kansas Enterprise Industrial Park or what we have dubbed the Kimball K96 Industrial Park outside of South Hutchinson. But we are at a point where everything is coming together with the work we're doing, with the work our partners are doing with the city's infrastructure, that great things are on the cusp. And so that's the long game, and the patience is the hardest part. I'm by nature an impatient driver, but I'm very patient when it comes to the work here, because you need to have that in order to move the projects forward and continue with what the goals are for new business recruitment.
And luckily, our work really complements each other, because when we're waiting on projects to come through, we are very busy with our existing businesses. And one of the best ways to grow is from the inside out. And luckily, we have a diversified enough program that we're able to address all the ways that we can take advantage of opportunities to increase our economic base. But one of the best ways, just as I'm sure employers would possibly agree, is that it's best to help to develop the talent you have, and it's easier to develop that talent you have rather than recruit outside talent in. So that's a little bit of our strategy too with our BRE program. We conduct regular business retention expansion visits. In fact, I had one yesterday with ThyssenKrupp. And had the opportunity to see their operation. And it is a great, while we are very well tapped in, it's extremely beneficial for us to be housed within the chamber, that we already have an audience of close to 800 members that we get to interface with regularly. But then we have the opportunity to create even more in-depth relationships and to continue to serve our members, but also our business community at large with their own specific needs at every level of business. And we do that by incentive programs, which are at the local and state level. We're actively working with WIFCO in a job performance grant through the county in order to help to support the 20 new welders that they're looking to hire, to help, and also new employees that need training on very specialized laser cutting equipment that is state of the art to the state of Kansas. And it's these specific stories that help to also elevate the great things and advances that are happening in Hutchinson and help us to tell the story. We know that you all are busy doing the work, and sometimes you don't realize the real benefits and the real contributions that you have to our community by just thinking that you're doing what you do. That's something I'm always struck by every conversation I have with our local businesses, that they just characterize themselves as, oh, we're just doing our thing. We're just quietly operating as usual. And it's like, you have state-of-the-art equipment. Like, you need to be tooting this horn. So we're happy to be those champions to toot your horn for you.
Can I do one more fact as you talk
Yes.
to our horn? I did not mention.
Did you bring a horn?
I didn't,
That'd be a great
I forgot to practice my sound effect too. I did not mention with Evergy that, speaking of tooting the horn, is the biggest private investment in Reno County's history with $1 billion announced. That was the only tidbit that and you toot our horn more. Deborah's good about remembering that, and I forgot that one tiny tidbit. So yes, that is our biggest investment. It's a big deal. And we need to,
Yeah.
Come on.
I mean,
It just happens so often.
it's
Right.
so often, right? It's just casual
Well,
Tuesday.
because Katie's always seeing these huge, like, numbers
Yeah.
coming through. You're probably just number blind to it, of like, oh
Number
my God,
blind.
this is a big deal.
Well, it's one I can announce too. It's
Exactly.
one that I can talk about.
Right,
I
this
don't
is
talk
one that
about
does
it.
not, it no longer has a code name.
That's true.
It is what it is. So another area that we support is with workforce programming, and a lot of our work is focused on youth development and helping to create workforce pipelines. And we partnered with K-State Engineering Extension on a tour opportunity for the kids at Allen Magnet here, that's part of USD 308, for a specialized kind of collab with Kidwind and one of our pipeline programs called Career Quest, which offers workforce and career exploration opportunities throughout Reno County for all Reno County sixth grade students. And in that day, the students that were that one was particularly exciting because I think it is what I see for the future of this program. It's designed to be an overview. It is designed with megatour days that students focus on specific industries. Coming up on October 15th, we have education days where all close to 700 sixth grade students in Reno County will get to tour Hutchinson Community College, the Career and Technical Education Academy, that's part of USD 308 Hutch High, and then also the Hutch CC Fire Science program. And then in April, they will get to tour Hutchinson Regional Medical Center and the Hutchinson Clinic. And then in Public Services Day, they will get to tour the county courthouse, the landfill, and then rotations around Cary Park to explore careers available through the city. So that is designed for them to get a feel for what is available, for employers to get in front of their future workforce, talk about what is expected of them as far as entry level, pay scale, skill sets, and the opportunity at Siemens that we coordinated last year was kind of a step further in taking students that we know have a specific interest and discipline in wind energy and connect them with a local employer that is supporting employees in that industry. So they were able to bring their winning turbine from last year and to share it with the engineers and the professionals at Siemens. They were able to tour the plant. They had a hands-on opportunity. So it's those kind of things that help to create light bulb moments for our local talent so that we can not only develop talent, but hopefully retain it and make the correct connections for them to feel seen, valued, and to also value where they live. Other workforce programs, we have a workforce roundtable that we host bi-monthly that will bring in workforce relevant resources for our workforce partners for them to connect with to support their workforce needs. We also have an event called Signing Day that we celebrate students that are signing on with technical trades at HCTEA. And much like athletes coming onto a team, they'll don the hat, they sign the letter, they get up in front of their peers and they're celebrated for going into a technical trade. And it is really inspiring to watch the process. The first groups of students, there's typically around 80, and the first groups are kind of like, what are we doing here? I don't understand. Is there a test? And then by the halfway through, they finally feel that pride from their parents, from their peers, from local employers. We also host a career fair afterwards that they can network. And there's even been apprenticeships that have resulted from that event. So we're constantly looking for opportunities. We work closely with Workforce Area 1 in connecting our employers with workforce support, other non-traditional workforce resourcing, such as justice involved individuals working with our justice system here. But we're always looking for opportunities. It's important to be well versed in everything that's available because no two companies are alike. No, all needs are different. And we want to be well versed in connecting with solutions across the board. Whether that might even just be another connection. Actually, this year, a recruitment project from Canada, ECB Verdial, that we welcomed into Reno County that makes erosion retention mats. And we connected them with the Kansas State Fair, which was extremely timely with all the rain that was out there as they're working on renovations and constructions of the Bison building to be an ag education center.
They acquired Winters Excelsior over on Obie Road. And so that was a recruitment that actually acquired a business that was on its way to retirement. And so it was a nice succession plan.
Nice.
And they set up a USA LLC. And now they've retained almost all their employees, have a new plant manager, and they're going to be continuing the erosion blanket, which is a great service and a good sustainable piece in our environment in general, with potential for growth well into once they get their building. They've had a couple hiccups as they've come in with some of the storms, ironically, some of the storms, but we're helping them work through those and getting them all set up to succeed.
So a lot of this, we're working hard in working toward our goals with our current strategic pillars, and we're also looking toward the future in our upcoming campaign that will be from starting in 2026, and then launching a new countywide strategic plan that we have been working on since the beginning of this year, and we plan to roll out in October. So an advisory group that was comprised of community leaders had 3 different presentations of both strategy of economic development, strategic plan, facilitation, and fundraising entities, and selected strategy and facilitation, Amy Holloway out of North Carolina. And then we'll be going with opportunity funding for our capital campaign starting in 2026. But it's been an incredible process to gather data. Through June, we hosted 12 different focus groups, had 2 different public presentations, a public forum, and a community-wide survey that garnered over 300 responses to get community input and feedback as to what they think economic development is, what they expect from economic development, how they view the state of our business conditions and community, where we want to be in 5 to 10 years. And then each more pinpointed data that was spread across different focus groups that included topics such as our local government partners, education partners, business group, nonprofits,
arts and culture. There's 12 of them, and then some one-on-ones. And it's the first time we've embarked on, it'll be a county-wide economic development strategic plan with financial input as well as total input from Reno County, City of Hutchinson, City of South Hutchinson, Startup Hutch, the Hutchinson Community Foundation, HCC. Is that all of our partners? And then the chamber, the chamber putting in, so that we have a nice wide, with the way we're growing, we need to be able to work countywide. And so it's a great way for all of us to know how we best fit into the puzzle for economic development so that we aren't duplicating energy or not, or missing something, but depending on which partner has the best output for that piece of the economic development puzzle. And it was like 3 days, 12 groups over 3 days.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we also hosted a workshop with
Mhm.
our advisory group and our Economic Development Advisory Council that we convene quarterly, that also helps to guide and inform our work in economic development, to work through some of the strategic actions and strategic goals that we had identified through that process. And so now we're honing in. We're at the point of having a draft of the survey that we're combing through. In fact, tomorrow the advisory group has continued to meet bi-monthly and will throughout October until we roll out the plan and present it. But this plan is also in her analysis and study portion. She took a lot of informing documents that are existing, such as the Love Where You Live survey that the Community Foundation is facilitating, our current strategic plan, the plan at the city, various documents that are reference points, but this will help to combine a lot of elements from those while moving forward from real data of where these organizations are at now to help guide us forward for some of our strategic pillars and our campaign coming up. So this will be a really nice reference point for all of these organizations and countywide to point to as to where we want to grow, how we want to grow together, and a balance of those duties and where they should lie. So we're looking forward to having that resource available to us.
Really good action steps too.
Mhm.
It'll be good. We could talk about what economic development is and what we do, but it is nice to have a third party come in, analyze. I think it's up to 17 study documents of different pieces, and then will give us nice firm action steps to aim towards over the next 5 years.
It also included a benchmarking study that benchmarked us against 10 different communities of similar population size, 2 of which were in Kansas, but not all were in Kansas, but benchmarked against population, education attainment, income,
Sales tax.
sales tax.
And they didn't we didn't go too far outside the region either. We didn't
Mhm.
pull a community our size in California. It was, I think the furthest west was probably Colorado.
Mhm. So, all that and other duties as assigned is what we'd like to focus on, but it really, I think that Deborah says this all the time, and I couldn't agree more that economic development is very much a team sport. And much like the ecosystem of the health of our and wellness of our businesses is also a team sport. And we're as good as our partnerships. And I think the more opportunity we have to connect and learn about each other and learn where the gaps and overlaps are and create trust in that, we are all in it together. I think that's been one of the most inspiring things for me personally about economic development that really continues to engage me and help me to upskill is that real sense of rising the tide for all ships. And there are real conflicts, there are real struggles, and those deserve to be acknowledged, but also can be overcome when the trajectory is set in the right direction. So thank you for the opportunity for us to speak. Does anyone have any questions?
I do. Well, one, it's not a question, it's more of a statement. Given that everything that you just talked about, none of you look particularly frazzled. And I commend you for that. But you must be like the little ducks that look so serene on the top of the water, and they're, yeah, wow.
Come see us in
But
April.
mine specifically for Katie,
Yeah.
cause you had mentioned cause obviously we're
Mhm.
energy. You had mentioned that the energy inputs now, the energy
Mhm.
requirements are, way more than what the
Yeah.
average used to be. So multiple questions.
Mhm.
Is everybody here Evergy, or do you have other?
In terms of electricity?
Yes.
95% of the time, sites that I submit will be Evergy. There have been 2 times where I have gone southwest of the K96 curve where Cruppers, if you're from the area, Cruppers Corner, that area, and then slightly south of Haven, it runs into Sunflower. I've had two projects over the last 5 years that I've utilized Sunflower as the energy component, but 95% of the time it's going to be Evergy.
Okay.
Natural gas is split between Black Hills and Kansas Gas.
Okay.
Mhm.
Cool. So my next question is gonna be in terms of electric and natural gas costs.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that was hit upon in these benchmarking things.
Mhm.
How's that compared? Not only the benchmark, but the projections.
When it comes to the cost of electricity, it varies on if Evergy can provide it depending on the data we get in an RFI. Sometimes we'll get enough energy data for peak demand, and they will utilize, they maintain some vague notion, some vague verbiage around that, because they do have the large energy user economic development rider, the LEDR, that they can apply to these projects so that it maintains balanced rates for everyone. So that there will obviously be great growth in rate costs over the next few years. I actually have more firm numbers on the cost. It's like $1.18 on natural gas from Kansas Gas averaging for the industrial user per butane minute. BT, yeah, it's like $1.18 is their average per. I have to check the spreadsheet. I just looked at it last night. It's already fallen out. But I have it, Evergy utilizes that larger economic development rider, so I don't always have the firm.
Okay.
But it is growing what was the local, there was a public hearing for local rate increases for residential customers this year, which is a byproduct of the growth.
Sure.
Ours is, I don't know if we'll have the rate increase, like when Panasonic came online, those rates went up, and then as they grow and things grow and they get Ebony just explained the process to me 2 weeks ago. They do the growth rate for and do correct me if this isn't correct. They do the growth rate for what is coming or already built, and then it goes down. So as they're building this plant, it will either go up before or after, but then it does go down. It's a wave. So it goes up for the cost and it goes down based on how they have to do their construction procedures and their policies for their permits.
Okay.
Which may not explain enough, but it's more vague when I do submit my electricity numbers than my natural gas, because we often, with how big the electricity needs have gotten, peak demand is not always given, and that is a key component in their equation for how they do what the cost would be for that. Yeah, oftentimes the cell reads, please refer to the letter of support we have from Evergy along with some of the details, but a firm number will be provided upon further request. Something along those lines, depending on how much information they're able to give me.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
One of the things I might just add, for the small businesses in the room who might be wondering, okay, what is in it for me when Evergy constructs this $1 billion facility? And yes, it's going to create 500 temporary construction jobs, temporary meaning over 4 years, so those are pretty solid. Which can create opportunities in the community for more spending, more hotel stays. Some people may move here during the construction process. The community is very focused on looking at housing programs. We already know we need about 100 new housing units per year. And so the county and the cities are getting very creative around new housing programs, and we didn't go into what all of those are, but no, if you are trying to bring workforce in, there are some new housing recruitment tools. But Evergy specifically is working with, one of their general contractors is Kiewit. Kiewit is really early in their process right now on how they're going to be involved in the construction on the sites, but they're starting to hold procurement workshops. In fact, their first one is today in Lenexa. I don't know why they chose Lenexa. The projects in our state are down in this part of the state, kind of wild to me. But they contacted me last week to let me know about it, and they will be having one in our part of the state. But if you want more information and to become a supplier for the Evergy process with Kiewit, there's an email address, evergy.engagement@kiewit.com. And they have needs for anything from obviously a lot of concrete ready mix. We know this is gonna help folks like Mid-America Ready Mix here. Erosion control, so ECV Vertiol is going to probably be top on the list for that. A lot of different aggregates, a lot of different just pipe and bolts and all sorts of things that go into the construction. And then they're going to be subcontractors on everything from site security to lighting to vending services to janitorial, fuel. They have a whole list. So there's going to be a whole procurement process, and I think that's where it's really going to impact small businesses here locally that can jump on board.
I did my part. I am.
I was just curious about with, these businesses that are coming in that are large energy users, what are the, like, what type of industry are they that's coming in? And then also like, what efforts do you make to try to like balance like the current businesses and industries, you know? Do you try to, or yeah, how does that work?
So I'll lead with a data set that's from 2020, but in 2020, Janet 80 analyzed another strategic planning analysis analyst. Thank you. I don't have an English degree. And we were at that time, we were the 11th most diverse state, diverse county in terms of industry in the United States. And so we have got, yes, ag manufacturing, aerospace manufacturing, general advanced manufacturing, superior boiler, which is boiler manufacturing. So just in general, our economy is able to handle a hit to other industries because there's so many different varieties of particular types. Now, majority of it is manufacturing. There's ag production as well, which is actually our biggest industry. Hard red winter wheat is our largest crop that we not only produce, but export. I just found out we balance with, I want to say it's either North or South Dakota in the most wheat production every year. So if we have an off year and they have a great year, we are balancing the needs for most of the country, if not parts of the world. The fact that you may have seen on I-70, 35, there's a sign on your way to K-State that says one Kansas farmer feeds an average of 275 Americans. Doesn't matter the crop production. So that takes care of the Great Plains, the Midwest takes care of a lot of the country in regards to those core commodities that feed us in the United States. And so in terms of what is coming in though, it is a lot of advanced manufacturing still, variety of sizes, anywhere from 20 to 25 jobs into 250 jobs. The biggest one I've had recently is 1,000 jobs. And of course, we are getting an increased interest in data center inquiries just with the announcement. So we haven't had, that is the mix of that is advanced technology, advanced manufacturing, and then there are some data center interests that have come through as well for those. Those are the main ones.
Thank you.
Had something else and it fell. Wasn't that important? Any other questions?
Well, thanks for the opportunity to share.
Thank you.
And yeah, we hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day and programming. It looks like it's gonna be great.
Well, I'm tired just listening to the two of you, all the things that you have going on.
We didn't even
That
get
is
into the
just
other duties at the
crazy.
time.
Well, I know, there's always that.
And I will say, the other piece that is a fantastic thing that I get to do in my job that I didn't mention in the recruitment is a few times a year, I'm able to attend through Department of Commerce and sometimes independently, different site selector conferences, dinners that allow us to do, specifically at the dinners, luncheons, they are regional Kansas Department of Commerce business recruitment representatives. We have one here in our community, Lacey Jansen. She's great. She covers the southeast portion of the country. She will connect and set up a restaurant in a larger network. I think the last one I went to was Austin. I'll be heading to Indianapolis in October. And those allow us to do one-on-ones with a small group of Kansas communities and commerce to promote specifically our properties, our stock of parcels, our incentives, all of that directly to site selectors, which can connect with better networking down the line, aside from what we get from Commerce in terms of RFIs. We don't know the site selector when we get the RFI versus meeting with them directly allows us to make connections community to community versus Kansas to site selector. So that's an additional piece that is a huge benefit to being able to promote our community alongside the education we all try to fit in as well throughout the next few years. So, yeah.
And just for clarification, RFI, I'm assuming.
Request for information or request for proposal. Yes,
Okay.
acronyms.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so the site selectors, there's a company that basically is working to
Mhm.
these industry businesses
Very cool.
identify locations.
Yes, they're the impossible mission force, and I am Ethan Hunt. Yes. That's, well, actually, Lacey's probably Ethan Hunt, but yes, that's how, yeah, that connects them. They connect, they don't give the name of the company. Kansas Department of Commerce doesn't give the name of the site selector. I provide the information into Ether, but then when we meet with the events in the different major markets so that we can connect better, those are individuals from site selection companies where we do then get the opportunity to connect later down the line and sometimes they'll come visit, or we can go visit them to do community transfers and see how community site visits to see how they operate. There's a mix of energy, site selectors, utilities from different areas as well, so that you can connect the different pieces, because Evergy does stretch into Missouri, down into Texas as well. So getting those different and Kansas Gas, which is part of One Gas. So getting to meet their representatives in those communities can help as well down the line. just builds a larger network.
One last question. You'd hit on how diverse the different industries
Mhm.
are in Reno County. It is, from what you're seeing as far as these RFIs, is it also a diverse industries that are looking, or is there kind of a theme that's repeating itself?
No, they're fairly diverse. Medical device manufacturing has been one, some warehousing, that's not as common as manufacturing still, but medical device manufacturing, advanced steel manufacturing, rail.
Biomass.
Biomass, thank you. Biomass, there was a specific, a pharmaceutical similar to what a Pfizer would be, that came through. It was a very complex spectrum. We had to be within a radius of a compounding pharmacy and a compounding pharmacy college. So KU having a branch in Wichita was a big benefit and allowed us to sneak in. We are
Who's that?
KU.
Had to get that in.
We feed you and then you fix us. When those farmers come in with the arms.
See, again, partnerships, teamwork.
There was a company earlier this year that did rail components.
Yes.
They actually were an international company. I think they ended up locating in Winfield.
Winfield, mhm.
Sometimes projects are very real estate driven. They need a building and they need it tomorrow. Sometimes they're more long-term and they need a greenfield and build from the ground up. So we have a little bit of a mix of all of that. We also have some brownfield projects right now because we do have a former paper mill building. This is on 28 acres. It was the Sunoco plant. So anytime we have an older building like that, it's always challenging. You do have to get really creative with what kinds of programs you can bring to bear and help people overcome the hurdle of thinking about the environmental considerations that come with a brownfield. But we are seeing a lot more projects looking at that kind of property just simply because of the product we have right now.
Yep. There is a unique, I call it sometimes considered a challenge, an opportunity for us being slightly off of an interstate. We provide a lot of great benefits for that, but in terms of looking at our community, that sometimes is considered a challenge. With the spec building that we have, we're getting really creative with its square footage. We have now Weens and Co. and the investor group has now agreed to let me promote that we can go up to 300,000 square feet. It's 57,000 right now. So they're really great partners to work with. And that particular building was one of the finalists for the steel bending that went to Winfield, and as well as one that is been announced and will shortly be announced out in El Dorado. So we're competing with local regional partners that have existing buildings and they're running out of them. So we're gonna get there. But that's the part that is the biggest challenge is when you're promoting, is knowing that you, as close as we work with our partners in our close counties, they're also our competitors at some point. And so it's the balance of being supportive of each other, but also being a little competitive. And
So, Deborah, do you work with the K-State technical assistance to brownfields at all on your?
I can't say I do, but I know these ladies did lunch.
Yeah.
And,
I haven't had a project recently that has gotten far enough to pull into the assistance for brownfields, but with how there has been a couple of changes with the Sunoco property that would probably be a benefit to talk to the brownfield with. So I've definitely had it on my radar as that potential's come available. The interesting thing with those existing buildings we have is they've been renovated over different decades. And so the ceiling height minimum average right now is 30. And so a lot of those that were in the 60s, 70s and they renovated, they're lower than that 30-foot ceiling height. So they have all these different variables. So getting someone in with the correct capital to adjust all of that is definitely one of those pieces that brownfield could help with, and making sure that we can get them into the most square footage at the correct height, and then they can adjust from there. But and then knowing your data pieces, I didn't know until I finally got in there that property actually has 3 crane spots, a 7, a 10, and a 12-ton crane location that can be moved. And so those are assets that you can move to other pieces that are good to have in general. And one thing that's great about specifically our spec building is the investor group actually laid the foundation underneath at each pillar in the column, so they can all accommodate cranes at any point in the column setup within the spec building, which doesn't have a floor. So it's a true shell with no floor, ready to pour and be completely flexible, which is where the existing building and the cost of the building comes into play, because ours is currently higher on that front end, but that's the all-in cost of making it what you need for an average manufacturing or warehouse setup.
So anyway, I told you a little bit about the Kansas Energy Program. We started in 2016. And I was giving a little bit of history to Brett. So how many of you are familiar with the Rural Energy for America program grants through the USDA? We got Brandy back there, Kevin. Okay, these are excellent opportunities for businesses. Back when we started with these, it is an opportunity for a for-profit business in a rural area to implement energy efficiency or renewable energy projects and get up to 25% of the eligible cost reimbursed. Okay, so couple of things there. One, it is a reimbursement grant. You have to implement the project for you to get the money back. And two, it is up to 25%, depending on available funding for that. So that's the way we started. Because what used to be was to apply for this grant, you have to have an energy assessment done. For the energy efficiency, we have to be able to calculate energy savings. That's the sole purpose of the grant, is to reduce your energy costs. So it used to be that you could get somebody to come out and do an energy assessment, and you could roll that cost into the grant amount that you requested and get some of that back. But then USDA changed the regulations to where the eligible project costs were only those that were incurred after a complete application was submitted to USDA. So you had to have the energy assessment to submit the application, so those no longer became an eligible cost. And USDA was essentially asking a small business owner to fork out the cost for an energy assessment in the hopes that they would get their application approved, but no guarantee. So the number of applications logically decreased because many small business owners didn't want to take that risk. So KCC came up with this idea that, hey, how about if we enter a partnership with Kansas State University, they'll go out and do the assessment, we'll pay them to do the assessment, not charge the small business anything. We would help them apply for that application. And so now the small businesses were able to apply for the USDA REAP grant at no cost to themselves. And we are quite busy. So anyway, that's what we do. We do some other stuff. We do some energy education. So if any of you we'll go, we do energy education for K through 12 throughout the state of Kansas. We will go to the facility and sometimes, I mean, Ryan and I went to Hadley Middle School in Wichita for 2 days while they rotated every math and science class through one of our energy education presentations. We have an energy library that will provide infrared cameras, energy themed breakout rooms, you know, stuff like that. And that's all free of charge for the Kansas schools. Basically anything that the Kansas Energy Program does, or to use Lauren's grammar, any activities that the Kansas Energy Program do is free. We do not charge any of our clients anything. And in fact, for the Kid Win challenges that we do, we actually reimburse their mileage to get to and from the Kid Win activities. We'll reimburse any stipends that they have to pay for substitutes, and we provide free lunches. So anyway, we just do all that. But so we have the KCC partnership. We have the Rural Energy for America program grants that we do. We do have a a REAP tag, which is a Rural Energy for America Program Technical Assistant Grant. And then we have the USDA Rural Business Development Grant that we're doing. So, yeah, that's how we keep getting a paycheck. So under the Small Business Energy Program, we do these free energy assessments. Those are for rural areas that are defined by the USDA regulations, less than 50,000 in population. You do have to be a for-profit business, most of the typically that, any of you who have dealt with federal regulations know that you have this definitive statement and then this whole list of, exceptions to that definitive statement. So there are some other entities that are eligible, for instance, co-ops.
For-profit, for-profit cooperatives.
Yes, yeah. You also have to, if you're applying as a business, and I should specify that the rural energy for the REAP grants are for rural small businesses and ag producers. So the ag producers don't have to meet the size for the rural population. You can have an ag producer that's in the middle of Kansas City, and they would be eligible if they're applying as an ag producer, okay? They also do not have to meet the small business size standard. But if you're applying as a business, you do have to meet the Small Business Administration small business size standard. So, right now, of course, we're approaching a potential government shutdown at the end of September. And the current administration has come out with several changes to the USDA programs. So the information I'm giving you right now is basically for today. We do not know beyond today. So right now, the REAP grants are not being accepted. The latest press release that they came out with says that they will start accepting applications again October 1st. And in that press release, so the up to 25% funding source comes from the Farm Bill. Okay. Previously, under the Biden administration, they had also passed the Inflation Reduction Act. And under that, the REAP grants that we submitted could be reimbursed up to 50%. And let me tell you, we had a lot of people apply under that particular program. Wow, a lot. Okay, solar applications went through the roof. Huh. Did you get that? Yeah, okay.
Through the roof.
Yeah, yeah, all right.
On the roof.
All right, so right now, none of those funding sources are being applied, right? So we can't do any of those. The press release that came out about the October 1st said that they anticipate maybe both funding sources. We don't know. We don't know. Okay, so it could be just up to 25%. It could be up to 50%. Okay, all right. So here's where we go. We have been all over the state of Kansas. You can see we've hit all four corners, and those ones up in the way northwest. Whew. Those take a little while to get there from Manhattan, Kansas. So like I said, all the work that we do basically for the REAP program for the small business, it's the three of us. So you can imagine how often we're on the road, but we do it gladly. We love going to your and I don't know, what's the smallest town that we've been in for an energy efficiency project?
I mean, it's
Like 100.
probably less than 100.
Yeah, less than 100. So we go anywhere. So what generally happens is we have the business contact us, or many times the EcoDevo people call us and say, hey, we have a business that wants to do this. And we're like, okay. We generally do request at some point that the business contact us, because sometimes like, we'll have solar vendors call us, solar installers. Well, they're excited about the potential of having a solar project installed at this small business. In fact, sometimes they're more excited about it than the business themselves. So we've learned, we've on behalf of some of the solar installers, we've gone through the entire process. We've got the application done. We've submitted it and the business goes, oh yeah, we're not gonna do that this year. We're gonna wait for a while. Well, that's a lot of work that just went into that now isn't going to come to fruition because we paid more credence to the enthusiasm of the solar installer than we did the actual business. So most of the time, what we'll do is we'll send them an email with a form that says, hey, we need all this information from you. So by the regulations, we have to have at least 1 year of electric and natural gas bills. If they're just doing a solar project, we obviously don't need the natural gas, and we'll tell them that. But we cannot do the project without doing an analysis of the energy savings. So that's kind of our litmus test. We'll send that to the business. If we don't get any bills, guess what? We're not gonna start your project. We have nothing with which to start. So, that kind of indicates to us exactly how enthusiastic the business is to actually do this. Now, we understand this is probably the most onerous part for you if you're not a good filer, like I am not a good filer. So to have to go back and try and find your electric bills, because we need an actual copy of the bill. We need to see all the little details. We cannot just you can't call Evergy and say, hey, can you give me a summary of my electric bills? And they'll give you, yeah, you paid this much on this month. That does nothing for us. So we have to have an actual copy. And yeah, sometimes, we will get requests from people who do not have email, who do not have a scanner, who may have a scanner, but they don't know how to operate it, okay? So there are obstacles for the businesses to provide this information. But what we try and do is lower the energy input that you have to do as a business to provide us that information. But we don't know everything about your business, or there are some specific pieces of information that you have to give us. We can't do the application without it, okay? So we'll ask you for all this information, and once we receive it, then we can start working on the report. If it is a solar installation, we do not necessarily have to conduct a site visit. We can take the information provided by the solar installer and by the small business, and we can go ahead and fill out that report. We do not design anything, and I guess I should specify that also. We will not design your solar system, we will not design your HVAC system, we will not design your lighting system. We will not go into your facility and say, oh, hey, you know what? Instead of, 28 lights, you should go down to 14 lights. We will not do that. We will say, hey, you have 28 T12 fluorescent bulbs. You should certainly consider going down to a T8 LED, and we will calculate the savings from that using your existing system. You could easily ask a lighting engineer to come in and say, hey, we have this lighting system, we want to change it. What would that take? We will not do that. We will work with that lighting engineer once they've come to a new lighting system and say, well, this is what your old system takes. This is what your new one is going to take. And we can work with that. Okay. An important bullet, the last one. We put this in every single email that we send to the small businesses and to the EcoDevo people. If you start your project, if you exchange money prior to that complete application being submitted to USDA, all of those costs become ineligible costs. You can contract with a solar installer. They can provide you the quote. And as long as you haven't paid a deposit, we can take all that. If you pay a deposit, then that deposit becomes ineligible costs. Okay? You cannot exchange funds. Because as soon as you do, those become ineligible, even if the application is subsequently approved. All right? All right, I see a lot of people nodding their head, so that's good. Now, I will say a nuance to this. Once you submit that complete application, hasn't been approved yet, probably won't be approved for 6 months, okay, once they receive it. You can go ahead and start your project, buy everything, install everything at your own risk. Recognizing that it hasn't been approved, but if it is approved later on, 6 months, 8 months down the road, USDA will go back to the receipts that were incurred the day after that complete application was received. But that's at your own risk, because it could be approved, but if it's not approved, everything that you've done will be at your own cost. You will not get a reimbursement. Okay? You cannot, if it's eventually disapproved, you cannot then say, okay, well, I'll resubmit my application. Because now you've already spent those funds and they haven't received the complete application, okay?
You'll probably get there, but what is the approval requirements? I mean, once they submit it, what are the odds normally? And what is it based on?
Okay. Yes, I will get what is it based on, very quickly. Well, I don't know very quickly, because Ryan will tell you, I don't tend to.
I was looking at the.
When I'm doing a presentation, I don't tend to do things very quickly. What is our approval rate?
So the ones that we've helped submit, it's like at 97%. Now, that, there's a lot that are pending right now,
Yeah.
you know, all the changes that have happened, they're still kind of in that process, so that doesn't include all the pending ones, but of the ones that have been officially the yes or no, we're at like 97.
Yes. Okay, so I'll tell you one other thing, because we don't know what the overall approval rating is for the USDA. I can say for the state of Kansas, it's generally pretty high. But because we do not charge anything for our grant writing, we encourage everybody to go ahead and submit an application. Now, based on the how is it approved, the 7 different criteria that they use. We've had some that we've submitted that had we calculate a scoring criteria of like, they're in the 50s on a 100 scale, on a 90 scale, because the last 10, we can't assign any points for those. So 50 out of 90. And there are some grant writers out there that will charge based on the amount that you're requesting and whether it gets approval or not. So they would talk someone out of submitting an application if they thought it was too low. We don't do that. We're like, well, if you think you have any chance at all, you might as well go ahead and submit an application. Okay,
And I'll just add, so on the, like, kind of that timeline, like we've had a number of small like a grocery store, for example, where they have some refrigeration equipment that is ongoing, they know it's on its last leg, I guess, and it's gonna be going out. So we will get an application in and then they will start their project, knowing they're gonna do it, whether they get their REAP grant funding or not. But there are some that contact us and like, it's going out, like they have to get it done in a week or two, and we just can't operate on that fast of a timeline. So we do need, at least probably a couple months, I would say.
Yeah.
Depending on the size of the project, where it's at, that.
and I will say that probably nobody can operate that quickly if it's, if they're doing the calculations correctly. So, Right, so what do? We'll go out and do the energy assessment. Like I said, we'll go anywhere. Typically, what we'll try and do is, if we're going somewhere up northwest, we'll try and combine trips, you know. Cause we don't wanna go out there for just one facility. We'll try and either combine it with either another site visit, assessment, or some of our energy education activities that we do throughout the state. But we'll do the energy assessment. Those are typically a couple of hours. We'll walk through. What we will typically do, particularly for the REAP grant applications, is the small business usually has an idea of what they want to do. Rob knew, he goes, oh, I want to replace my lighting, I want to replace these appliances with more energy efficient. So we're not going to go around and say, oh, well, you know, here's your HVAC, it's, you know, 30 years old. You should replace that, because you don't want to. So, you know, and if we do building envelope and HVAC, those are some pretty hairy calculations and takes a lot of time. And why are we gonna do that if Rob doesn't want to replace the HVAC? He wants to replace the washing machines, the dryers, and the lighting. We're like, okay, so that's what we'll do. If they don't have any idea, generally what we'll do is we'll do a walkthrough site visit, and we'll say, okay, here are some things that you can do. Pick one, come back, and we'll do a more focused calculation on what you think you might want to do. Everything that we do is designed, Rob, to take all the work off you. Other than that initial thing that you give us, we have to do either a 4280, 3A, 3B, or 3C, depending on the amount that you're requesting, the amount of the project. We have to do a SF 424, an SF 424C, an SS 424D, and we have to do an environmental checklist. We do all of that for you. The only thing we do is we send it to you for signature. We will even send you a single signature page and say, these are the only 4 pages you have to sign. Sign them, scan them, send them back to us, and we'll send everything to USDA. Okay, so other than that initial form that you have to do and some questions that we might ask during the site visit, you don't have to do anything. Okay, you do have to apply for the System for Award Management unique entity identifier right here. We can't do that for you. We can provide assistance, a limited amount of assistance. But you have to do that. We can't go in and sign for you. Okay? And then we will calculate our estimate of what the USDA scoring criteria is. So here's our energy assessment. There's Ryan up on a rooftop, looking at the rooftop unit. We will try and capture the nameplate information from that. Those of you who have rooftop units, who have ever been on top of a roof, looking at an RTU, know sometimes that the sun is not very favorable to getting information from that, because it is totally bleached. There is nothing on there. And I am OCD enough that I will take a picture of where that nameplate information used to be, but there's just no way there, you can't get any information from it. We'll look at the square footage, we'll look at the energy consuming devices, you know, building envelope, you know, blah, 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 all that stuff. We do have infrared cameras, we do have light meters, we have ultrasonic leak detectors that we can use during those assessments. And then we will do a report based on your energy consumption and what the payback is calculated to be. We'll say this for those of you who have done payback calculations before. Under the USDA regulations for the REAP grants, we can only include the energy costs. So in our payback calculations, we will not include federal tax credits. We will not include any rebate credits that you get. Ours is strictly based on the energy alone. So we may have a payback of 15 years. Your solar installer might have said, oh, 7 years. That's one of the reasons why we can't include any of that stuff. So in a typical payback, you know, for like a grocery store, we might include things like not under the REAP grant, but under just calculating, hey, this is gonna reduce your food spoilage by 10%. We could legitimately put that into a payback calculation, but not under the REAP grant. Yes,
Question, is this stuff available to nonprofits?
no,
I was thinking about the, kind of food bank with room underwear facility and saying, no, refrigeration, nah.
yeah. Okay. So just a quick thing of where we go. This is actually me on top of a cooling unit, and there was like 18-inch gap between the top and that's just to emphasize that we will go anywhere, do anything. I will even climb up on top of a roof, and I hate doing that because I have an intense fear of heights. Hate it. But if I have to do it, I would.
So that's not you taking a nap up there.
No, that is Yvonne Cook, taking a picture of me unbeknownst to me. Yes, yes.
That's good, yeah, and I don't think we've ever really had any businesses take a step on this, but I mean, I think we would loan out our infrared
Yeah.
cameras or like the light meters. We have some like data loggers in case you want to monitor the energy use or the light and the occupancy of a room. All of that would be available.
Yeah.
To borrow.
We would even make that offer to some of our potential partnering organizations if they wanted to borrow some.
Get on the roof? I really don't.
So this is some of the analytical finagling we will do. It's not really finagling. We're just taking the data from the utility reports and putting it in. So under the regulations, under the REAP grant, and you'll give me a high sign, right?
Sure.
Okay, you can use anywhere from 1 year to 5 years. So sometimes a 5-year analysis is going to be a little bit more telling. Well, one, you have more data. So the more data you have, the trends are better, the averages are better. But under the regulations, you can use the yearly average for either year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, or year 5. So sometimes we've stopped doing it because it's a lot for the small business to provide 5 years of data. But it's also, we have to input that. So it takes a little bit more time for us to do that. But sometimes the 5-year cost is gonna be higher than the first year cost. So we're allowed to use whatever average works out best for the business. So if it was, I don't know, I'm gonna get this wrong because math. So if it was like, yeah, give me
If the energy costs were like higher over the, like a 2-year period
Yeah.
versus the 1-year period, we could use the higher
Yes.
cost. That would show a
Thank
higher,
you. Yes.
quicker payback.
Yes.
Based on a higher cost. So,
yes.
we could use that for the application.
So what would the advantage of that be? Quicker payback?
The grant is probably more likely to get approved.
There you go. Okay. I don't know if that's the next slide, but if it is, that's gonna be one hell of a great segue. If it's not, oh shit. It's not. I'm not, I mean,
You
not.
have to bleep out.
Yeah. So here's some of the things that we see. These are HVAC filters. Okay, so this one is actually the one that was on top of the one where I'm laying with my legs out. Yeah, because it only had a gap like this. So guess what? Nobody ever went to look at it to see what the compressor fins are looking like. Okay, how many think that this is a poor indicator of energy efficiency? Yeah. They had no idea. They had no idea that it looked like that. And this is a simple, hey, get a hose. close it down. That's all it would take. This is a cooler door, okay, and by cooler, I mean it's a freezer door. Outside in the state of Kansas during the summer. How energy efficient do you think that is? Okay, so here's some of the things that we see in those freezers and refrigerators. Uh-huh,
I see.
yeah, yeah. And this is over product. Guess what's gonna happen with all that product now? They just have to toss it out. That is not gonna be any good. So you're paying higher costs, you're getting rid of products that you're supposed to be selling.
So when you go to the grocery store like Walmart there in Manhattan and you see all the rice food and things like that. Why is that?
Okay, so one, I wouldn't be going into Walmart, either personally or because they're not a small business, so we wouldn't say anything to them at all. But yeah, I mean, we tell them, obviously, they have to look at, one, their doors, because they're probably getting some infiltration there. And they're,
Jeans and more labels like that, sometimes that.
Okay.
Just full ice.
yeah,
And then it looks like more refrigeration.
yeah, yeah, I don't know what I'd tell them, I'm like, but hey, you got a problem, you should fix that. I mean, get your HVAC engineer to come in and figure out what's going on. But
Yeah, something like that, refrigerant levels would be all,
Yeah.
or the airflow as
Yeah.
well, because you're not dehumidifying properly.
Yeah.
So it's just sitting, yeah.
so this is that same one, right here, and we took infrared. So this is a freezer that they kept at, like 20 degrees, and we have 70-degree temperatures coming into that freezer. Yeah,
And that could be the humidity right there too.
Yeah.
You're bringing in
Yeah.
outside air that's not conditioned,
Yeah.
and yep, it's gonna inflect.
yep. So a lot of these, open display coolers,
Oh,
this was a cooling system that wasn't working very well, so they augmented with sprinklers, things like that, yeah. This would be on a Jeff Foxworthy clip,
yes.
Okay, notice we don't identify any of the places by name, although I do know where the one is, yeah, so anyway, so this is some before and after. These things are phenomenal at saving energy, the closed. Oh my gosh, phenomenal. We've done calculations, we're going from before to after for that particular system, they're saving 85%. That's huge for some of these small rural grocery stores. That's the difference between staying open and having to close your doors.
I still say I can't afford those.
Yeah.
Units.
Yeah.
So that's.
Understand, but yeah, that's what we run the numbers for. And so mine would be, okay, you can't afford those doors, but you can afford the energy costs and you can afford getting rid of all the product that you now can't sell because I mean, yes, it's their decision.
And so as part of this project that we're doing with the Rural Business Development Grant, we did actually just collect data from one of the grocery stores that we've worked with. They replaced a bit of lighting in the freezers, and then they replaced a bunch of coolers, and we got their utility bills, and they're a little bit ahead of what we estimated too. So we're pretty happy with that, because it's kind of nice to verify, like, okay, are they seeing the savings that we're estimating?
Yeah, and that's the reason we're up this USDA grant is so life-saving. I mean, yeah, maybe you can't, but 25% reimbursement and certainly a 50% reimbursement. That could be life-changing for some of these places.
And everything that you've shown too, David, with Evergy would incentivize as well, except for cleaning the coils. That's a maintenance thing that you just need to do. But yeah, like refrigeration doors or just basic refrigeration stuff, all of this HVAC, it's all, we will pitch in some money as well to help offset that cost.
If we don't have time.
Okay.
Figure it out.
All right. Yeah. So scenarios in which the REAP grant is going to be unlikely. If you're expanding your business, not if you're expanding, cause I've expanded over the years, but. If you're expanding the business, cause we have to calculate the energy savings, right, between the existing system and the proposed system. Well, if you double in size, guess what? We're not gonna be able to show an energy savings. Okay? If your facility has been unoccupied for a number of years. Now we don't have an existing system and you're gonna be putting in a new system. Okay? And in particular, if what was in there before is totally different than the business that you're planning on putting in there now. We can't calculate that. In fact, now we won't even, we'll just say, no, you're ineligible. Or go find somebody else that will do a cost analysis for you, but we're not going to do that. If the equipment will be associated with residential apartments. So that is the one for-profit business that USDA specifically excludes from their regulations. They will not do residential apartments. The only way that we have been, so we've done like one where the apartments had a common area that had laundry facilities in there. They, because the people that were, it was on a separate meter, the common area. And the land or the landlord, I was gonna say the landowner, the landlord paid that particular bill. So we could do that. But if it's associated with any of if the residents have to pay, it's not going to be there. If you can't obtain the most recent 12 months of utility bills, except for if you're doing generation, which is a solar installation that you can there. If you've already removed the existing equipment, if it's not a like business, and if you've already purchased the new equipment. All right. Goes to Yvonne's question. So,
Not even.
Veronica.
Sorry,
Yeah, they're wrong too.
Yvonne, yeah,
It's
Veronica.
okay.
Veronica's, yeah. So these are the 7 scoring criteria that are in the USDA regulations, right now. Now, we're a little confused because we think under the IRA, the 50%, they put in different scoring criteria. But these are the ones under the current regulations for the Farm Bill. Okay, so we're not gonna speak to the IRA because we can't really look at those. So environmental benefits, does it save water? Does it save on emissions? And something else,
It's usually, we get all 5.
Yeah, and we always just say yes to all those. 5 points. So the next 2 are the energy generated, replaced or saved. You have the first one, which is the quantity of energy generated or saved per REAP grant dollar requested. We have never had anybody achieve the full points on this. So this is one area where there's some differentiation between, scores, quantity of energy replaced, generated or saved. We have had many people get full points on that. Commitment of funds, so, right, you can get up to 25% of the project reimbursed. USDA requires that you show documentation of the remaining 75%. So if you can show commitment of funds for 100% of the 75%, you're gonna get full points. Right, and then it's just broken out into a ratio as to how many points you get. 50% of the 75%, you'd get some, and yeah.
And that can be a copy of the bank statement showing you have those funds, or if you get a guaranteed loan letter from a bank, a combination of those things.
Right.
So,
Yeah, now, just so that everybody's on the same page, the small business owner does have to come up with 100% to implement the project. And then they would get up to 25%. Yes.
So we get a grant, eventually is that 25% to be paid back?
No, a grant. It's not a loan, it's a grant.
They do have a loan
They
program.
give that
you
to
don't get involved in them. Sure.
Okay, if you're a previously grantee or borrower, you can get, so if you haven't been ever, you get the full points. And then it's like, if you've been one within the past 2 years, you get a reduced number of points. If you got one last year, you get 0. If you're an existing business, well, most of that's gonna be a full 5 points, because one, if you're not gonna have the 12 years, 12 months of bills, so we're not gonna do it for you anyway. What is the simple payback? And then, size of the request. Okay, now, there are. I was looking at this, we haven't done this in a while, but there is a possibility that you get 0 for this. Or that it doesn't apply to you, so you're only going to be based on 90 versus the 100 that some other businesses may be eligible for. And then you have 10 points possible for the state director administrator. We don't assign those, so we typically don't estimate those in our scoring criteria.
So what are sizes of that?
So, for the size of the request, so for energy efficiency, I am probably gonna get these wrong. So if it's 125,000 or less, you would get the full. And if it's for a renewable energy, I believe it's 250,000 or below.
So they incentivize the smaller projects. Yeah, smaller requests.
And those are based on the maximum that you could ask for each one of those. So the max you can get for an energy efficiency is 250, I believe. And for renewable energy is 500,000. And we've had some that go well over, I mean, we've had $1 million projects for renewable energy. Okay, so here's an example of where the scoring criteria come into play.
In about 3 minutes.
Okay, if USDA has all the money they need to fund all the applications they've received, scoring criteria go out the window. They don't care. You could have 30 points and they're gonna fund you. If they don't, they only have a certain amount. That's where the scoring criteria come in. So right now they have $180,000 budget, but they have a request of 200,000. So they will go down the REAP scores until they get to company F, who only scored 70. He's requesting, or that company is requesting 40,000, but they only have 20,000 left. So they're going to ask company F, will you accept the 20,000? Or go for what's behind door number 2? And they can say, no, we're going to submit that up to the national program and see if it's funded up there. Or, hey, we're gonna withdraw our application this year and resubmit it for next year. There's a number of things they can do, or they can accept the 20,000. Okay, so we didn't put our names up here.
They're there eventually.
Yeah.
You still have like another 20-minute notes.
Yeah, so this is Travis Snyder, is in Newton. Lives in Wichita, but his office is in Newton. He is the head of the business programs, the USDA REAP, basically. So he's a great guy. He gets calls from us quite frequently. Yeah, so.
And then we just have slides about
Oh.
kind of our statistics.
Oh.
I guess there's a little bit of.
Oh, a little bit of, okay, so,
Later.
okay, yeah, we'll talk about this a little bit later. So here's just some numbers. So we, like I said, we started in FY16. You can see we did 12 that year. Now, that's half a year, because we didn't start until January. And last year we did 29. And, so we submitted, of the 29, we submitted 25. For and the amount awarded was 5.6 million. For 21 million annual energy savings. So that's the thing you have to consider also. Not only do you get money, but you're saving money. All right, and then the annual energy cost savings of 2.1 million.
What happened in 22?
22 for the number of submissions.
I think those were just, I don't know, like, kind of like, cause it's a smaller, values are smaller.
Yeah.
I'd have to go back and look. I'm wondering if it was just maybe we just had smaller projects.
Yeah.
Those ones you kind of, cause sometimes like, I think FY 24, and FY 23, we had a couple really large projects.
Oh, yeah, that's when the IRA started coming in, and. I mean, yeah, because before we were getting, little ag producers. And you can get some companies that are considered small business. That are huge companies. Huge. And they put in a lot larger projects. Yeah. So we started seeing solar go up way high when the IRA started kicking in. And plus even the farm bill was plussed up with a lot of money. So. You just had money, yeah. And then these are the energy efficiency versus renewable energy. And you can see how, the number of assessments under renewable
If
really,
you go to the next slide, that'll be better. It's a chart.
okay, really started, increasing over the energy efficiency one. And back here, by far, most of these were grocery stores. Going from the open display coolers to the closed. So 60%, 66% of the assessments result in a REAP grant application. And like Ryan said, right now we're at 97% with a number of pending ones. None of the IRA, applications that we submitted, I think since December or December of 2024, that money's been on hold, so they haven't given us any indication of those yet, so. 59% with, energy efficiency, and at least 75% of Kansas counties had at least one. So you can see grocery stores are number one. We haven't had any in a while.
Not too many.
And here's the mention of Harvey County, our number one county for requesting, REAP grant assistance, but Reno's pretty high too. Lincoln County, I think, used to be the number one, and then Harvey took over. And then here's our information. Any questions on the REAP grant assistance? We have an excellent presentation on profit margin and utility bills that we may be able to get to at a later time, but I obviously went way over talking about REAP grants, because I love them. They're great for the purpose of economic development, keeping these businesses with their doors open, able to retain employees or perhaps even hire new employees. So it's just a great program, and it's gonna be, hopefully they'll be able to continue it. And hopefully it'll be plussed up like it was.
Introduction. So I see the name tags help a little bit. So Evergy, and then
Contractor for Evergy.
Oh, contractor for Evergy.
PRC company.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, very cool. Where's everybody else from? Contractors? Any other contractors? I see a utility guy here.
I'm with the chamber.
Your chamber?
Startup Hutch.
Yep. Startup Hutch as well. And what about this side of the room?
Small Business Development Center.
Okay,
Economic Development for Rice County.
okay.
Eco Depot for Hardin County.
Okay, very cool. It's just helpful for me to know who I'm talking to, because I can talk a lot about the technology if you want to know that, but it sounds more like the financials and probably the kind of like how do we develop projects might be a better fit for this group. So my name is Mark. I have worked with King Solar for about 15 years. Purchased the company from Uncle Nick, which is my wife's uncle. My wife's maiden name is King. That's where the name comes from. People think we're the king of solar. It's like, no, it's just the guy's name. But I think we're a pretty good company. Anyway, so solar energy has been around since the beginning of time. Plants convert sunlight to sugars. Humans, though, have started since about it's probably been the Stone Age, but in the modern building world, since about the 60s, 70s, people have been building homes for passive solar. And this is a picture of what passive solar means. It would be to build a building where the eaves are situated so that when the sun is high in the summer, the eaves cast a shadow on the building. And when the sun is low in the winter, that heat from the sun comes in the building, and then you have something to absorb that heat and re-radiate it back into the building throughout the evening to take advantage of the passive solar heat. So this is kind of the first way that solar was adopted in the building industry. The second wave of solar development that happened was kind of in the 70s and early 80s, and it's active solar, but it's still using thermal. It's still using heat. And so what you would see, and you actually see a lot of these old systems out there, they just look like a big, ugly black box on a building. And what it is doing is it's either pumping water or glycol, some liquid, or even just air outside through that black box. It's getting hot, and that's bringing that heat into the building. These systems are really popular, like I said, through the late 70s, early 80s. And they're pretty much aging out. The only place where we see new systems like this being put in are for sometimes radiant floor heating, or there are some climates where there's no freezing. So like I think it's Hawaii that requires a thermal system on all new homes because water heating is one of the biggest energy users for residential systems or for residential homes. And so Hawaii has said, why don't we just heat our water for free? So they require it. But in general, with the invention of heat pumps, particularly mini split heat pumps, a thermal system is just not cost effective, particularly in our climate. So you don't see new ones going in Kansas really at all. So then the next phase happened. Kind of NASA spearheaded it, where you're actually taking light and making electricity. So the term is photovoltaic. And if you split this word in half, you get basically photons and volts. That's where the word comes from. Photons are light, volts are electricity. And so we're making electricity from light. If you're interested in how that process actually works, it's fun, but I don't think you guys probably care. There are a couple different types of technology out there. The two main ones are a string inverter and a microinverter. So a string inverter is where you have a string or a circuit of solar panels that then have one inverter that then the power gets put into the building, the house, or whatever. This is kind of the old school kind of tried and true method of solar. And we saw string inverters be really popular in the invention of photovoltaics up through about 2010, and then we saw a big uptick of the microinverters, but we're actually seeing everyone kind of go back to string inverters now for cost effectiveness. So in a system, you typically have one inverter for the whole property. If it's a big commercial building, you'll have multiple, but the other technology is a microinverter, where you have one small inverter dedicated to each solar panel. And it's much simpler to install. It's a little bit safer. And it is a little more efficient, because if you have a string inverter and you have shade on one panel, it does affect the rest of that circuit. Whereas if you have shade on this panel, it only affects that panel. So there's a little bit of efficiency benefit. Monitoring and repair is simpler on a microinverter system because we have power electronics in each inverter, so you can see what each solar panel is doing. Whereas on a string inverter, you just get the string level detail.
Is there a cost difference?
Yes, that's down here. Cost difference is less expensive, more expensive. And so that's why we're seeing the industry kind of go back up to the string inverter as more and more people adopt solar, the price competition is getting such that most companies are going back to string.
When you go to string inverter, you have the battery backup.
Sorry, what's that?
If you have the battery backup, you'd want the string inverter.
It doesn't really matter. So you can do a battery with a microinverter. You would just do what's called an AC coupled battery, where the battery is on the AC line as opposed to a DC coupled battery where the battery would be integrated into the DC circuit. So DC coupled batteries are actually less common now than they used to be. Most batteries, particularly in the residential space, are AC coupled already. If you get into the commercial battery systems, then it makes sense to stay on the DC side, because anytime electricity flows through an inverter, you lose about 5%. And so if you have an AC coupled battery and you take solar power in the battery, and then you want to take it out of the battery, you're losing about 5% here and about another 5% to go to the house. So
That's why we have experts come in, because I would have just said, huh?
yeah, because a battery, you can't actually have an AC battery. So there are some companies that say our battery is an AC battery. Well, it's not. It just has a built-in inverter, because batteries are inherently direct current or DC energy. And so if you had a battery here tied in, you're taking DC, inverting it to AC, converting it to DC to put in the battery. And then if you want to use it in the house, you're re-inverting it and sending it to the house. So that's more technology than you probably care to know. But the other thing that the microinverters allow us to do, our shape tolerance and our design layouts get a little simpler. I talked about shading, but the design, like let's say there's a house that has like 6 different roof pitches. A microinverter system will track the sun output on every solar panel. Whereas like if this one was facing east and this one was facing west, you would have some significant efficiency losses because of the way the voltage and current works if you split that system in half. So that's the kind of underlying technology. Monitoring is a big piece of it. Actually, we were just having a side conversation about monitoring. Is if you invest or you have businesses that are investing in a really expensive asset, is make sure that 1, the contractor provides monitoring, and 2, they use it. It's as simple as entering your email address and then checking your email, and not dumping those emails into the trash, because if a system is shut down, even if it's shut down for a couple weeks, that can be hundreds of dollars of loss for a business. So this system is a residential system in Heston, and the city water tower is right across the street from this house. And so like that shade loss, this is a nice sunny day, but we couldn't avoid that shade loss because the city's not going to move the water tower for that customer. But not that it matters, but it tells us like the system's working fine. I think it's a 2 kilowatt system, and you can see on a sunny day this time of year, they were producing about 1,800 watts AC. So after it goes through the inverter. So pretty small system, but monitoring is quite important. So this is a microinverter system. Like I said, the monitoring for a microinverter system is much more granular. You can actually see every single solar panel, what it's doing. You can compare. So this particular homeowner had an older system that we installed probably 12 years ago, and then a newer system that we installed maybe 5 years ago. And you can see each solar panel, it just produces more energy today than it did 10 years ago. The other thing is there's a big tree right here. And so you can see those solar panels are less productive. So, and so as I talk about where solar panels are located, this is what's called a sun path chart. And what that, you don't need to know the details of it necessarily, but in the winter time, the sun is low in the sky. So this is December 21st, which is the winter solstice. So for our latitude, the sun is really low. It kind of peaks at about 25 degrees from the horizon. And then in the summer, it's much higher in the sky. You don't necessarily need to know that data, but whenever we model solar production, our software is using this data and saying, if we put a 10 kilowatt solar array facing this direction at this zip code, how much energy are you going to get out of it? And so that is all built into software modeling already, but it is really, really accurate. The sun is really reliable, comes up every day. And in general, our weather patterns are pretty standard. This summer actually has been a cloudier than normal summer. And so some of our customers have seen like, they'll say like, hey, we're producing 95% of what you said we'd produce. And we're like, well, yeah, and you've had probably 10 times more rain than you normally get. So there's nothing we can do to prevent that. But in general, our solar models are really quite accurate on an annual basis. We talked a little bit about shading. There are ways to analyze shade. So this is kind of the old school method. And actually, this is the method that our company uses. And what it does is it takes that sun path chart, puts it on a flat diagram, and then it allows us to fill in what the obstructions would be. So like if this tree was a great old oak tree that great grandpa planted, 40, 50 years ago, and it's going to cause this much shade, then the customer can decide, do we want to cut that tree down, or are we willing to just deal with the losses? In Kansas, in general, I don't like to cut trees down, but we do sometimes have customers that want to kind of clear it out to get better production. I'm going to go through some pictures pretty quickly. This is a residential system in Pratt. So aesthetics are a concern for a lot of people, particularly on residential. Commercial, not so much usually. So originally, solar panels had what's called a white backsheet, where like there would be a white grid, as you can see here, kind of behind the solar cells. And then we started seeing all black solar panels come on the market about 10 years ago, so that it just blends into the roof a little bit better. So there are some advantages to the color options. Commercial systems, I think that's where probably most of your interest lies. There's a couple different kinds. So a commercial system can be a flush mounted pitched roof if you have a pitched roof. It can also be a ballasted system. And so this system does not penetrate the roof at all. Because if you have a commercial roof, you don't want to poke holes in it, because a flat roof is hard to keep from leaking anyway. So we don't want to do that as well. The one thing that does get tricky on these is making sure that the designer is using the right wind load calculations and snow load calculations, so that one, the system doesn't blow off the roof, but also that whenever we get, a really wet 2-foot snowstorm, it doesn't collapse the roof either. So there's a lot more engineering that goes into a system like this than a standard residential system.
Mark, what typical wind would they use?
So for our area of the country, 115 miles per hour is kind of the standard design. But, and this I didn't used to know, anytime this is called a parapet wall, so it's a raised wall. What actually happens is as a wind blows against that building, the wind shoots up, and then it curls over that wall, hits this, and then goes like that. And so you have to calculate this distance and this distance and I don't know the calculations, but our engineer does. And so you have to calculate how much, if this is, 10 square feet, how much uplift are you going to get? Make sure you have enough weight to hold it down. So 115 miles an hour of straight line wind, but then that roof there is like, shoot, I don't know. I'm sure it does something when the wind blows across it. And hopefully our engineer did his math right. So, what's that? Was there a question? It'd be interesting to know. Yeah, sorry, I'm not an expert in wind speed. This is another example of commercial production modeling. So while we're not seeing individual solar panels, we're seeing a daily production. You can see there's some cloudy days here and some bright sunny days there. But what we're really looking for, and this is really whenever you're talking to a business that's looking to invest in solar, this graph here is really what they want to know. So this is broken down by month. So you can see January, when the sun's really low in the sky, they don't produce very well. But June, July, and August, they're producing quite a bit. So what we do whenever we're modeling for a business owner is we say, show us your old electric bill or your current electric bill. Let's put 100 solar panels up there, and let's model this for you and see where is the break-even point. Maybe we'll get you a USDA grant, and so you can see where the cost and benefit lines cross on the graph. So modeling is quite important, and today with all of the solar data we have is quite accurate. So a couple other photos. This is a commercial system in Newton, and so this system has 3 inverters that kind of run through a central controller. Evergy so this is an Evergy photo. Evergy requires what's called a production meter. So the solar produces electricity. This meter measures how much the solar is producing, and then the power goes into the building. So Evergy wants to know how much is being produced, then the building can use whatever it wants to use, and then there's a meter, the billing meter, that's the normal meter, and that meter counts power out of the building and power into the building. So Evergy offers what is called net metering. So during the day, you're pushing energy to the grid. At night or on cloudy days, you're pulling energy from the grid. And at the end of the month, Evergy bills you for the net amount. So it's called net metering. Most other utilities have moved to what's called parallel generation, which means that any power you send to the utility, they're going to buy from you at the wholesale rate. Any power you use from them at night, you're going to buy from them at the retail rate. And at the end of the month, then they send you typically a bill for the difference with a credit for that.
So just clarification on
Yeah.
that, it varies. Utility to utility, co-op to co-op. There are some co-ops out there that do not pay you at all for the energy that you put back onto the grid.
That's not legal anymore. So we just got a bill through the Kansas legislature that they are required to pay
Okay.
you the wholesale rate.
Is that, and because we just did one not too long ago that still had that tariff on there that.
Okay, and what
They
we're
will
running
not
into,
pay.
so that law just went into effect July 1st. So there are some smaller
Okay.
utilities that just don't know about the change
Okay.
yet.
Right.
And so
Cool.
anything you push back, they're required to buy from the business at the wholesale rate, unless that distribution network is full. So each distribution network can handle so much backflow. If there's already, 10 other businesses on that distribution network pushing energy back, the utility can say, we won't take any back. And then you have to install something that is called a zero export limiter, where that inverter is connected to a meter at the billing meter. That's not the billing meter, but it's basically telling that inverter, hey, I see power coming into the building, keep producing. And as it starts to flow out, it sends a signal. The inverter is like, whoa, you got to slow down because the utility can't actually handle anymore. And in that place, they wouldn't buy any because they just don't want it. They can't take it. Is that clear? That's really getting complex, but I'm happy to answer
So then
questions.
where does it go?
Just floats away into nothing. What it actually does is, the inverter has a voltage and current window. And so a solar panel, let's say it's producing 1,000 watts. If you have 100 volts, you have 10 amps. Are you doing math right? Yeah, 100 volts, 10 amps. And what the inverter will do is it will move that voltage to like force the solar panel to not be as efficient. So it'll say, we're gonna start harvesting at 50 volts, 10 amps. And so that it doesn't, it just kind of just doesn't make it. And what I think is actually happening is there are electrons hitting that solar panel, and the solar panel's like, can't put them anywhere because the inverter won't let me raise the voltage. Kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay. I'll pretend I understood all.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, good. I got a thumbs up from somebody who knows more than me. Here's another commercial system. This is another ballasted system, different brand. Sometimes roofing manufacturers will require a slip sheet, or it's basically an abrasive, not abrasive, sacrificial pad to avoid abrasion between the solar and the existing roof membrane. That's really common. And I would recommend if you're a small business or a big business for that matter, if you're going to put solar up, make sure you're not voiding warranties by putting extra stuff on the roof. Carports everybody loves carports. They think they're cool. They do look cool, but they're really expensive. And so here in Kansas, we have, in general, unless you're downtown Wichita, which this is at Wichita State University, in general, we have enough space on our roofs or on the ground to do a standard system. But carports are cool. And if you don't have space, they can give you space that is kind of unusable otherwise. The reason some people ask me, like, why are carports so expensive? Well, if you think about it, if we have a solar panel on a ground mount that's 2 or 3 feet off the ground and it blows over, the only thing that it damaged really is the solar panel itself. If you have this thing blow over and you hit $2 million worth of cars and potentially people, that's why they cost so much, is because the engineering has to be so robust because of the value of what's actually underneath the solar panels.
How is that different than just a covered carport anyway?
So we have some customers that look at the carport, putting up a standard carport and then adding solar panels to it. That's sometimes cheaper.
Okay.
Carports aren't cheap either. But whenever you do a carport and you add a couple $100,000 of solar panels on top of it, it just keeps going up. So yeah, no I don't actually know what a standard carport costs, but
Yeah.
they have to be engineered to similar specs as well.
And then Mark, where do those typically, where does the energy typically go to? Is there a line that goes to a building
Yep.
that's using a lot? Because surely it's not just going to parking lot.
No, so like the building that this system goes to is actually behind me.
Okay.
But it's about this size of a building.
Uh-huh.
And so somewhere up in the canopy over here are all the inverters, and then there's gonna be a conduit that goes under the parking
Okay.
lot and to the
Gotcha.
building. Yeah. Now, there are some companies doing EV charging, electric vehicle charging. The problem with solar and EV charging is you don't necessarily want the power when the power is being produced, so you have to either tie it to the grid anyway, or put in a massive battery pack. And so we're seeing some where like, and actually I think there's one going in Wichita in the next 6 months or so, where like they put a system like this in, they put in a bank of EV chargers, and then they also have the grid to supplement when the solar's not enough. Another carport, this would be like an L style carport where you're parking up against a curb, as opposed to a T style carport where you can actually park from both directions. And this is a standard ground mount. This one's along, I think it's 400 in Wichita, and it's a school. But like I said, the engineering is still good, but it's not as risky as a carport is. That's 14, 15 feet off the ground. And the other nice thing about ground mounts is you can set the angle. So like I talked about the sun path charts, a ground mount you can make match kind of if the like let's say this is connected to a school, so their primary use is from August to May, and so we wanted a pretty steep tilt because they want to harvest winter energy. Whereas if we were on a business that had a lot of air conditioning loads and not much winter loads, we would want to be a lot flatter to get a lot of summer production, and we don't care as much about the winter production. So we do some of those things in our design calculations.
Are any of those like manually adjustable at all? I mean, I imagine that's a ton of weight. You really have to engineer to change the angle through the year.
So the question is like, can we change, like in the winter, we have them steep, in the summer, we make them flat? The answer is yes, it's possible. What we have seen with our customers though, is they pay attention for about the first year and then they forget, and it's just in one station anyway. So we really, and it adds cost because anytime you have moving parts, then you have to beef up those movement, and so it's not really worth it. I would say just add, 4 or 5 more solar panels and call it even. There's also what's called a tracking system where every day it follows the sun. So it's in the east in the morning, in the west in the afternoon. Again, that adds cost. And if you're looking for most kilowatt hours per square foot of ground space, a tracker makes sense. But in Kansas, we have a lot of square footage. So in some ways, I'd say just put some more fixed ones up. And even like we've done some where we will do a system like this and we'll angle them southeast and southwest. So we're essentially getting the effect of a tracking system, but it's not moving. So we do that sometimes as well. This is an awning system in Wichita this is actually on an Evergy office building. And one of the things that we didn't think about when we designed this for them was the thermal effect. So like they wanted everybody in Wichita to say, hey, Evergy's doing solar, whatever. And it does look cool. But the people that have offices on the 3rd floor were like, this is awesome. It's like my window's not hot anymore in the afternoon. And so the thermal shade that we got from the system was a bonus that we didn't even plan on. So this is a efficiency contractor in Wichita, and they wanted to get the best production possible. And so because they're an efficiency contractor, and so we actually tilted the system up for them. I don't think it looks as nice as a flush mounted system would have looked, but because of what they do for a business, they wanted to kind of do a case study for their own business. A flush mounted commercial system at a golf course, nothing real fancy there, other than that was one of the biggest systems we ever did at the time. So everybody wants to know about battery storage today. This is Tesla's residential battery. It's called a Powerwall. They work great. I'd say Tesla is the best product on the market. Some people like the owner's politics and some don't. That's probably the biggest things that we see. So Elon Musk owns the Tesla Powerwall business as well as the cars. For residential though, in Evergy territory, because Evergy offers net metering, where if you give them power, you can use it back for free. Batteries don't save any money, because if you take a kilowatt hour and put it in your battery and then pull it back out later, it's worth about 13 cents. If you take a kilowatt hour and give it to Evergy and then you use it back later, it's worth about 13 cents. So there's no money saved by having a battery in your house. So in Evergy territory, the only benefit to having a battery is if the grid shuts off. So a standard solar array matches up with the grid. So your inverter is watching what the grid is giving you and it matches it. And then the energy can flow to the grid or from the grid seamlessly. And you'll never know, like if there was solar on this building, you would not know whether it was coming, the electricity was coming from the solar or coming from the grid. The disadvantage of that style of system is if the utility goes away, has an outage, the solar will shut down. And a battery allows that to not happen. And does anybody have questions about that? I can explain more of the physics if you want. Okay. But now I guess, excuse me, commercially though, batteries start to make sense, or on utilities that don't offer net metering. Because if I have a utility that does parallel generation and I put a kilowatt hour in my battery and pull it back out, it's worth about 13 cents, maybe 15 cents. But if I send a kilowatt hour to the utility, they give me about 3 cents. And then at night, when I use it back, I pay 15 cents. And so you get a pricing delta if you can keep it in your battery. So in smaller cooperative utilities, you get price savings and off-grid battery backup. So we're selling a lot more batteries in the rural Kansas areas for residential because of the pricing structures.
Mark,
yeah.
sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you include that when you give them a report on your quote? Do you analyze to that detail, saying that?
No.
Okay.
And the reason, so the question is like, do we do a financial model for a battery versus no battery? And the answer is it's nearly impossible to do that.
Okay.
Because
Right, because
it really depends when you use your electricity. So if you don't use any electricity or very little during the day, what's going to happen is your battery is going to fill up real fast,
Right.
and then you're going to be pumping kilowatt hours to the grid at 3 cents. And then at night, when you come home, you're going to drain that battery and then you start buying power. On the other hand, if you work from home and as the sun's coming up, you know, you got your laptop, coffee pot, and your battery is kind of filling up, but you're using the solar. And then at the end of the day, you're not giving any to the grid. It's a much better financial picture, but that's so hard to follow that we just don't. Yeah. Sometimes we'll take a guess and we'll say like, well, do you work from home or not?
I mean, but you could say, hey, and a potential other benefit.
Yeah,
is
exactly. And we do that often. And we'll even coach our customers, set your thermostat accordingly. Make sure that it's running pretty hard from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then if you can live without it from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., that's great. And then you're going to have your best financial. And we have some customers that look at kilowatt hours down to the minute detail and they save a lot of money, but it's kind of a pain of a lifestyle. And if you like
That's
it,
what my wife says to me also.
you're a pain of a lifestyle.
Because I have a sense monitor.
Oh,
on-
okay.
On mine.
So you watch the kilowatt.
When I watch it and she's like.
You should add some solar. So this is a little bit of a case study. This is a business here in Hutchinson. It's on the old Sears building. It's called SDI. They do point of sale for McDonald's is what their business is. And so they have about 300 solar panels. It's about 16,000 square feet of roof space. And it's the azimuth, that's the like cardinal direction. So it's facing directly south. And it's shade free. You can see there's no shade on that system. And production here in Kansas is about 18,000 kilowatt hours a month, or about 216,000 kilowatt hours a year for this size of system. And then here's the financials. Costs approximately $355,000. That's the sticker price is what we would say. There was a 30% federal tax credit. So about $100,000 of tax credit. And then there's some other incentives. So you can do bonus tax credits. So currently in the current tax model is you can do, if you're in a disadvantaged community, and I can't remember if Hutch has any economically disadvantaged communities. Anybody know? Okay. It wouldn't surprise me is that you can get an extra 10%. And then if you're using at least 45% domestic content in the project, you can get another 20% or another 10% tax credit. So there's some bonuses there. And then there's up to a 50% USDA small business grant, which is what you guys talked about before I talk. We're actually encouraging our customers to only apply for a 25% REAP grant. Because of the way the funding is working at the federal level, it's much more likely to be funded at 25% than 50, but it is possible. And then the modified accelerated, I can't remember what it stands for, but depreciation is also an option for commercial systems.
What's been going on at the federal level, this year?
Oh my.
What are you talking
What
about?
hasn't been happening? So what it boils down to is the residential tax credits are ending at midnight on December 31st. So if you install prior to December 31st, you get 30% tax credit. If it's not installed, no tax credit.
And installed, you mean it's turned
That's a
on?
great question.
Oh, okay,
They don't define what install means.
okay.
They do, the IRS has given some guidance that says the initial use of the equipment has been realized by the home.
Okay.
And what
So
is
it's
that?
turned on.
I don't know. I mean, there's gonna be some people that make that line real gray.
Okay.
So the way that our company is interpreting it is we need to do a preliminary commission. We need to produce at least 1 kilowatt hour. Even if Evergy hasn't come and put the new meter in, we're gonna say, no, we can prove you produced 1 kilowatt hour. That means you used it. And that's how we're interpreting.
Okay,
So.
thank you.
Yeah, so that's the residential. Commercial, the tax credit is still 30% with a 10% bonus. Actually 20% bonus if you have a disadvantaged community. So that's still good for this year. As long as you begin the project, which begin means you pay at least 5% of the cost. As long as you do that this year, then those rules are locked in for the next 3 years. You have 3 years, or maybe it's even 4, to finish building the project. As long as the project is smaller than 1.5 megawatts, which most commercial ones are. If you're talking utility scale, then you're getting up there. Next year, 30% is good, as long as you must have at least 45% domestic content to get 30%. And there's something called FEOC, which is the foreign entity of concern. So if any of the components of your system are produced by a company that has a ownership that is a concern of the US government, then there's other loopholes and there's other things you have to deal with. So there's FEOC restrictions starting on January 1st. So if you're looking, or you have clients that are looking to do solar, have them start the project this year, is really what it boils down to. So as long as you can comply with FEOC, and you have at least 45% domestic content, still 30% for next year. And then it kind of it phases out over the next 3 years. Any other questions? That was a long-winded answer to
No,
your
it's
quick
great. I
question.
mean, like, that's perfect.
So there's a deadline of, isn't like July of next year?
So that's begin construction for another rule change.
Okay.
And I don't, it's not there. I mean, my brain's so full with what we're trying to get done this year that I don't actually know what July,
Okay,
but
yeah.
there is another deadline, July 1st of next year, that changes the rules again. And if I had to guess, I would say the FEOC requirements go up and the domestic content requirements also go up, maybe I guess, but
Okay.
we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Back to this system here in Hutch, the cost recovery can be as fast as 1.5 years, or as slow as 10 years, depending on those incentives that you qualify for. And then the warranties, depending on the brands, you go with 10 to 25 years. So this particular customer, I can't share specific financials about their business, but they were on the very short end, and they were on the very long end of this project. So it worked out really, really well. And did you guys write that grant for them?
I have no idea, because you did.
Oh, that's right, I didn't tell you about it. But they do a great job.
We practiced this rehearsal.
So changes coming. There's always National Electric Code changes. So the National Electric Code is here to protect the public well-being. So there's always nuanced changes that happen. And so we keep up to speed on those, make sure our equipment is quality and complies. I talked a little about aesthetics. Some people think solar panels are ugly. That's fine. You can do solar shingles. The solar shingles cost quite a bit more, but they do look really cool.
So I can give you a personal anecdote on these solar shingles. We have a Tesla shingle dealer in Manhattan, and I had to get my roof replaced. And so I asked, I'm like, okay, just give me the conventional. And then, just for the hell of it, tell me what the Tesla would be. So the conventional was 25K. Anybody have any ideas of what the Tesla would be?
150.
Oh, you're very close. You're low,
Oh,
but
really?
you're very, $160,000.
Yeah, so it's not cost effective. The place where we see solar shingles make sense, and I can use air quotes, make sense, would be in places where like homeowners associations that are just anti, like anything aesthetically obtrusive, they're just not interested. If somebody in that homeowners association wants solar, this is kind of your only option. Now, there are other brands than Tesla that are cheaper, but they also don't look as cool. The Tesla ones look really good,
All right.
but they cost a lot.
So Kansas has large hail, as
Uh-huh.
we all know.
Mm.
How did these solar panels hold up to hail?
So they're all rated and tested to 1 inch hail, so about ping pong ball size hail. And they will take that. So whenever they test them, they shoot a hailstone at, I forget what terminal velocity, whatever that is, 190 miles an hour roughly. And then they can't have any damage. So if you have a hailstorm that's 1 inch or smaller, you shouldn't have any issues. If you go bigger than that, then it becomes a homeowner's insurance claim. And actually, if you have ping pong ball size hail, the chance of your shingles being in good shape after that storm is really low. So what we end up running into is the solar panels are fine, the shingles are needing to be replaced. So we got to move everything, redo the shingles, put the solar back up. So that's typically, but like this summer, there was a storm that had like almost grapefruit sized hail down in Arc City. And we had some systems obliterated, like the whole system was, so, homeowners insurance, I recommend if you do it on business, is let your insurance company know you're doing it. So that they're not surprised if you put a claim in for solar panels, but yeah. So efficiency of systems, inverters are currently about 98% efficient, so they're not gonna get much more efficient than that. Solar panels, continue to get more dense. So whenever I started in the industry, a standard solar panel was 190 watts, maybe 200 watts. Today, that same solar panel is about 450 watts. So we're getting more power per square inch as the time goes on. I think we're hitting a bit of a plateau. What we're seeing, I was just at the National Trade Show last week, and what we're seeing is instead of them getting more dense, they're just getting bigger. So I saw a 750 watt solar panel, but it was like huge. And so like, I think they're like, ours are producing more. And it's like, you're just making it bigger. That doesn't count. So anyway, so cost, this is kind of the history of cost. We saw a lot of drop in the 2010 to 2012 range. And then up until about 2020, it was a slow reduction in cost. And then 2021, 2022, like everything else, there was a cost jump during COVID. And since 2022, the costs have stayed stable. But next year, we don't actually know what's going to happen. The residential space, I expect costs to come down quickly because there's no tax credit. So the industry is going to have to compensate. With the commercial, because of the FEOC restrictions, the federal or a foreign entity of concern, as well as the increased domestic content requirements, I actually think commercial prices are going to go up a little bit. Residential prices are going to come down. That's my guess. I don't actually know what's going to happen. We talked a little bit about rate structures. So net energy metering or net metering, we talked about how that works. Time of use metering is starting to take hold here in Kansas. Other parts of the country, it already is really normal. And time of use metering, if you think about it like a cell phone plan, where you used to have like free nights and weekends, that's essentially, they're doing electricity that way now, where if you want to use electricity when everybody wants electricity, you're going to pay for it. And if you want to use electricity when no one wants electricity, it's really cheap. So I think the most local company, well, Evergy has a pilot program you can sign up for that's time of use. But Arc Valley, that's based here at Hutch, they have a really interesting time of use plan. It's like 35 or 40 cents a kilowatt hour from, I'm going to get my times wrong, but from like 2 to 6 p.m., you pay about 40 cents a kilowatt hour. But then from 6 p.m. to 2 p.m. the next day, you pay like 7 cents a kilowatt hour. And so what they're doing is they're trying to put an economic incentive in there for people to use power when it's cheap and to not use power when it's expensive. So that would
Just say if you have a spouse that thinks watching kilowatt hour usage is a pain, that same spouse is not going to like you telling that spouse, no, let's not do laundry or dishes until after this time.
Yeah.
They're not gonna like it. That's my hypothetical.
Yeah. Who's your utility company?
Evergy.
And are you on the time of use rate?
I am.
Okay, well, so it doesn't matter.
Did you not hear what I just said?
You should sign up for the time of use rate. Evergy actually has 2 time of use rates they offer, it's an interesting model and with all of our smart devices now, like your washing machine has a timer on it. You can tell it when to run.
Yes, I know that.
Your dishwasher.
I will introduce you to myself.
Okay, the other one that is becoming really common is demand metering, particularly commercial. Commercial has had demand metering for a long time. What demand metering is it's the 15 minutes or some utilities, it's an hour, the largest momentary usage during the month. So whatever the biggest use for 15 minutes is for the month, you're going to pay a fee for that. And what that is trying to do is incentivize more base load. So the utilities really are good at producing energy all the time. And whenever a big facility, spins up all their motors and they need like 10 times more power for 1 hour, the utility, that's a lot of work and that's really difficult. And so the utility is charging for that. So if you're working with commercial clients, if they can stage their HVACs, they can do things to reduce their momentary peak, it will help them on their demand metering. Solar struggles to help with demand unless you have batteries, because we can't necessarily count on the sun being there when you need to ramp up those motors or those HVAC units. But if you have batteries, then you can kind of do that. Actually, at our office in Yoder, we've done that, and at our coffee shop as well. We have some batteries, and we've told the batteries, "Hey, let the business use up to 10 kilowatts. If the business goes over that, then pull from the batteries to make sure we don't spike our demand." We talked about storage. It's not usually cost effective, but it's getting better. And then advanced grid functions. This is starting to come in Kansas. We've seen it in other parts of the world. Or to other parts of the country, where I'll give Hawaii as an example. So Hawaii is an island of a grid. I mean, they're islands. So their power has to come from the island. And Hawaii is, last I knew, about 40 to 45% solar powered. And when a cloud goes over the island, the voltage of the whole grid drops. And what was happening is the voltage would drop, the solar inverters would be like, there's an outage, the inverters would shut off, which would make the voltage drop even further. It'd cause bad problems. And so the smart solar inverters now have voltage ride through, where they can say, hey, if there's a drop in voltage, don't shut off for 3 seconds, like wait and see if it'll fix itself. So that's voltage ride through. Reactive power, that's really kind of over my head. Most people said it basically is there's a certain amount of power. Well, the example that people typically use is beer. So if you get a glass of beer, you get 12 ounces of beer and 3 ounces of foam. And power factor is like that. It's foam, like you can't actually drink it, you can't actually use the power, but it does fill the glass. And so reactive power kind of or power factor is that. And so reactive power allows you to help the grid clean up that foam and make it more usable. Did I explain that well? Okay. Export throttling, we talked a little bit about that. Utilities are getting saturated. I would argue in Kansas, we can take a lot more solar, but there are definitely some distribution networks that are saturated. And so we have to throttle our exports so that we don't overtax our infrastructure. Smart grid management and storage deployment. Evergy's got a really cool pilot program going right now where I think they're actually giving batteries to homeowners as long as they can call on your battery during peak demand times. So it's like, well, you have a battery, you can use it. If there's an outage, you get backup power. But in the summer, when everybody's running their air conditioning, we get to use that battery to help the grid manage. So that's some kind of cool dual purpose things there. We talked about net metering, parallel generation, limited export, and energy storage already, so I won't go into that. So off-grid systems, 99.9% of the time an off-grid system does require a battery, and there is no connection to the utility. Anytime somebody says they want to go off-grid, I'm like, I don't think you do, but let's talk about it. Because it requires a lifestyle change. You have to be willing to adjust you have to, do laundry when the sun shines. You have to watch your battery. You have to have a generator typically to pick up the load whenever it's cloudy for a couple days in a row, like it is right now. And then the thing that people most often don't realize is in an off-grid situation, if your power goes out, there's nobody to call. So you're your own utility. Actually they call us. And so it's a lifestyle decision. We talked about zero export systems if the grid is saturated. And from a utility perspective, a zero export system is considered a load, not a source. And utilities don't necessarily like zero export systems because the load of that house is zero most of the time, except for when it's not. And then they have that same issue of peaking at the right times to help offset it. So there's a lot that goes on in utility management, and I respect the guys that figure that, and gals that figure that out. So with that, I think I've gone a little over time, but if you have questions, I'd be happy to go into detail.
Mark, I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. So for the group, I probably sat in on 4 or 5 of Mark's presentations, and every time he gets better and better. This has been phenomenal. Thank you. All right.
I'll say too, one of the other, we're finalizing this month, but as I mentioned, we've done a case study of a grocery store to see if they'd actually met the, the savings that we'd estimated from their energy efficiency project. We are doing the same with some of the businesses that have installed solar through the use of the REAP grant. And we just kind of got their feedback from 5 businesses. They gave us kind of like, hey, has it worked as well as you thought? Those kind of questions. And then 2 of them have provided sufficient data for us to actually analyze it. And both of those have achieved as much or more savings than what were estimated originally, which was really nice. One of those was the one that installed a battery system as well. That was one that King Solar had done. And they're on a utility with a parallel generation, so it made sense for them to install it. And they've kind of like what Mark was talking about. They've said, we don't even know when the power, they don't even know when the power goes out. It just works really well for them. And it has achieved the savings that they estimated. So that's been really good to see.
But tell them about the couple that.
Oh, yeah. So one of our lessons learned for this case study that we included is like, you need to be monitoring your system to make sure, to see if there are any issues or not. Because we'd heard, most of them have said the maintenance has been none at all, less than anticipated, but at least 2 or 3 of them have had at least a hiccup or 2. I think a couple kind of right in the beginning, but one of them that we just reached out to, they're like, hey, thanks for asking for our utility bills, because we didn't realize that something had gone wrong. Their solar panels wasn't producing. So that's why we're trying to recommend all the businesses, like, hey, if you're gonna install solar, make sure you're getting those alerts, like you said, setting up and getting an email or something, so you know if anything goes down.
Because those of you who run businesses or know people who run businesses know that businesses generally don't like to be just sending out money without getting anything back in return for it. And I mean, that's just crazy, not monitoring your system, and you've paid for it and now it's just sitting there on top of your roof.
The other thing that we learned kind of is that, if you're working with particularly like the city owned, like a municipality, the utility is owned by a municipality, or they just don't really have experience with putting solar PV systems, make sure that they're going to work with you to figure out all the business, to figure out any billing issues or anything like that. One of them that we looked at, we needed a little bit more follow-up, but it seemed like there were some billing issues, at least initially, when the system was first installed.
And then I'm gonna follow up with a comment that Mark made at the very end when he was saying that he appreciates the utility managers. Because one of the things we've noticed in the energy education that we do is people do not understand how the grid works. It is a complex beast. But at the very core of it is that the utilities can only produce the electricity that we are using. They can't produce an excess and store it and put it in a box for us to use later. So they're monitoring consumption versus production. I don't know at what scale. It's like, is it minute by minute? I mean, constantly. And if you can go to the Energy Information Administration or Southwest Power Pool, and they'll have a graph showing consumption versus production. And those lines they have to be right on it. So when you start adding other variables, like, okay, so they know, okay, we have this power plant over here and this, and we know the capacity and this one, and we know what they're putting onto the grid. and all these other sources that are putting onto the grid. That they have to monitor all. It would drive me bonkers. And then if they have a situation where they unexpectedly have 5 megawatts taken offline because of some repair issue or God forbid, what was it, Jeffrey Energy Center, isn't that the one where they had the boiler explosion and they had a couple of deaths involved, and they put that entire plant offline in a second. And that capacity now has to come in from other places up. It's just. So, and Mark's all part of that now because he's helping.
Or, some people would say we're making them.
So it's just amazing what those utility managers have to do. Yeah, it's just amazing.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, so, so we're actually a little bit ahead of schedule. We are going to sacrifice the USDA presentation. Or maybe what we'll do is we'll just replace it by me handing these things out, because this explains all the USDA programs that they have. We'll say, because Seth and asked what's going on at the federal level. And, you know, basically there's a lot of turmoil and uncertainty.
Yeah.
And I'll use uncertainty instead of the other words that I was thinking of. So when we first asked USDA if they could do this presentation, they said, well, you know, we don't know. And eventually they said, no, we can't. And I mean, basically, this is a situation where USDA can't even go out and promote their own programs. Because one, they're not allowed to, and two, they don't really know what they're gonna say about it, you know? Is there funding, is there not funding? If there is funding, you know, how much, when does it start? And they just don't know. So, we'll say that, the program that we work with, obviously USDA is a huge, huge organization. We primarily work with the Rural Development Program. And these are all rural development programs that they have. They have huge numbers. For those of you in the EcoDevo world, they do have community grants where if you need to build a hospital or a fire station or a police station, something that is integral to the community, they do have community grants that they can loan. There's like rural water grants if somebody needs a new well. And it's a low income family, they have grants for that. So they do a lot of good work. We are not familiar with a lot of theirs. We have helped a couple with the community grants and obviously with the Rural Energy for America program. They do have some utility grants. And I know we did help one of the co-ops apply for, they did solar, didn't it? Yeah. So, but then they also have some where they'll give money to the utilities, and then the utilities can loan those out for energy efficiency projects as well. So there's a lot of good stuff out there. We just, at this moment, approaching a potential, you know, government shutdown versus, you know, what's the budget gonna look like? We just don't know what those are. So we're gonna go ahead and kick off the other part of the day. So I will say I was meandering around the other offices, just, you know, looking to see what I could take. But if this is a beautiful space, it's very, very nice, very nice.
Really fortunate.
And so, one thing I do want everybody to know is that they are offering this space up to us free of charge. We didn't have to pay any rental for it, so thank you, we appreciate that. Because, you know, we're grant based, so anywhere we can reduce our costs, that's what we try and do. And, was that solar presentation not one of the best presentations you've ever heard? Oh, my gosh, he is so good. And we get Justin to follow that,
I was
so.
gonna say, I wish I went in front of the solar guy. now.
Yeah.
I've got something put together and I hope it relates to everybody here in one little fashion, but.
And I would introduce Justin, but I know absolutely nothing about him.
Absolutely,
other than
I
he is
put
the
an
vice
introduction
president of
slide in
business
here.
Development, so, Justin, take it away.
Thank you. I was gonna say, is it possible to do like just a really quick introduction so I kind of know who's in the room and I could help tailor this to you guys a little bit more if you guys don't mind? Do you want to start us off?
Yeah, Veronica Patton, TRC, representing Evergy.
Brett Sharp, TRC, we're a contractor for Evergy, so we manage their energy efficiency and demand response programs.
Perfect.
Christopher Acker, startup Hutch. We support small business and entrepreneurs around town.
Perfect.
Kevin Epic, Bluestone Electric Cooperative, Colony.
Lauren Storm with Greater Hutch here in Hutch Chief.
Randy Lewin, I'm with the Small Business Development Center for this region. Karen Daniels, I'm the Rice County Economic Development Director.
Jennifer Mueller, I'm from Harvey County, Economic Development.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you guys. Thanks for coming. Sounds like you guys had a good day already, and I have some HVAC content put together. It was probably put together with a little more small businesses themselves in mind. And so hopefully I'm giving you guys some data that you could take back to the companies that you guys represent and help out and help get their feet off the ground. So they said 45 minutes. That made me really nervous because nobody wants to hear HVAC stuff for 30 to 45 minutes. So I'll get through this quick and then we could talk questions. We could talk anything you guys want to. Introduction page. Oh my goodness. Perfect. I'm sorry, I thought it was all gonna come on at once. My name's Justin Frank. I'm the Vice President of Business Development for Kruse Corporation.
Yes, Jayhawk.
Yeah, you see that?
Not Jayhawk.
Heck yeah. I've got K-State kids, but yeah, Hutchinson High graduate, University of Kansas, and finished at Wichita State University. Growing up, started working for a local company here in Hutchinson called Sturgeon Plumbing and Air Conditioning, still in business, very small business. And, that's where I got my start and kind of love for this industry. Left Sturgeon, went to Kruse Corporation. I was service manager for a couple of years before leaving. I was driving back and forth to Wichita every day and an opportunity came up at the Hutch Hospital. So I worked there for 4 years as director operations for them. Since 2011, been back at Kruse. Married to my wife, Crystal, since 2003. 3 kids, one's grown up working for superintendent project here in Hutchinson. Borski Construction is who he works for. And then I've got a senior at K-State and so I get to go to K-State quite often. And then our baby's 19 and she's doing track out at Fort Hays State. So we get to spend our time all over the state traveling quite a bit. Just a little bit about Kruse Corporation. Full-scale mechanical contractor. We have 240 employees spread throughout the state. We have some Missouri employees, some Nebraska, some Oklahoma employees, but most of them are all Kansas employees. Union contractor. We're signatory with like 441 local unit out of Wichita, 29 sheet metal workers. If you watch the Chiefs, local 2 sheet metal workers advertise on there all the time. We're signatory with all them. And then, yeah, bonding capacities, 25 million per project, 50 million aggregate. We do roughly about 80 to 100 million in this region every year. So full scopes, HVAC, plumbing, pipe fittings, sheet metal, about anything on your mechanical system, we take care of it. We've added building automation controls. The last few years is just another option to help our customer base out. So that is Kruse Corporation. What I've got queued up here today is mainly HVAC basics. I want to talk to you guys about what HVAC is, and when it comes to your, your energy usage, it's a big player on any size business, Kruse Corporation included. So gonna kind of work through the basics. I was gonna talk about HVAC systems, hoping that I could hit on one of these systems and you learn a little bit more about what you have. Third piece is gonna be existing HVAC systems. If you're not in a spot to, or if your businesses aren't in a spot to upgrade, there's a way to make them more efficient on the existing side. And then we'll look at some new stuff and then through general questions on the end. So just starting with HVAC basics. HVAC, when you hear about it, it's heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. The heating and the air conditioning are kind of the cool, sexy topics. The ventilation is the very important, but sometimes overlooked because it's just not quite as cool to say I've got the most efficient thing on the market. You know, we want our buildings to be healthy and the people in it to be thriving. So as we talk about HVAC today, it's really going to be talking a lot of the practices of heat transfer. It's not like we're cooling buildings, we're removing the heat from the building and dissipating that outside, or to a cooling loop, to hydronic loop. There's multiple ways of doing it. So starting off with heating, in the Midwest, I'm sure all your constituents pretty much have gas-fired heating equipment of some kind. We're doing that via heat exchanger or through a hydronic water coil. Furnaces use a heat exchanger to put the heat in the furnace and get the flue gas out of the building. That's going to be your most prominent in this neck of the woods. Boilers on your larger scale buildings are going to have boilers, hydronic loops going throughout the building, and having more of a central utility plant. Like K-State just put in a central chiller plant that takes care of the whole campus, and then they tie onto those hydronic loops. So it's done in a different way, but all good stuff.
Can you explain what hydronic means?
Hydronic is going to be your water pipe system. So when we talk about a hydronic system, it's probably going to be like on a building like this, you would have a heating water loop and a chilled water loop, supply and return. And those are going to the central chiller and the central boiler. And then out in the space, we're going to have air handlers placed throughout the building, and they're going to have chilled water coils and heating water coils within them. So very efficient way to do large scale buildings, very scalable. So there's one more line to that slide, apparently. Resistive heat is electric strip heat. I'm sure the folks at Westar love selling you power for those. They are a large power consumption piece. They are 100% efficient. What you're putting in, you're getting out, but there's some alternative ways that we try to lean on. And then heat pump is the last one. The heat pump is very similar to your standard cooling, predominantly used in an air source heat pump. It'll look like an air conditioner outside, just used as a heat pump. So we'll get into ventilation a little bit. I go a little deeper in ventilation on the bulk of this because it doesn't really fit anywhere else. So ventilation, like I said, is quite overlooked all the time. And the ventilation is, this place you could tell has good ventilation. It's clean, it's crisp air, you feel good, and I'm sure it's productive for the employees that work here. So as you're talking to your people, this is a piece that can be overlooked. Indoor air quality. And ventilation goes into things like kitchen spaces. If there's a hood, makeup air, we want to condition that air so we're not just throwing conditioned air out the roof. We want to harvest that energy that's been put into that air already and put it back in the building through a makeup air system. And we'll get into a little bit more on that. I did throw in a ventilation study because, like I said, this is a piece of our business that just is kind of secondary thought to most. But this is a study, and I got some help from BCS on this, our local AON supplier out of Wichita. This is a study based on classrooms, because we do a lot of school work, we do a lot of university work, and And those places need to be productive, especially high schools now. They need the test scores to qualify for funding and different things like that. So when it comes to ventilation, there's been a lot of studies on this where low ventilation rates, which is 5 CFM per person, that's 5 cubic feet of air per minute exchange per kid. So they ran some studies at low ventilation and then at higher ventilation, 10 CFM per person. That's going to be bringing in a lot more outside air. It's a little more energy consumption, but where you lose a little efficiency on the energy side, you gain it in productivity with the students. So what we saw in this study, going from 5 CFM to 10 CFM per student, math went up 14.7, reading 13.7. So that was in 2006. And then we did a follow-up study, and Kruse Corporation actually participated in this one. We sent some guys, I think, to Arizona to modify a few systems so we could get some results. And this was 140 fifth grade classrooms. This one was a little different measurement, as 8.5 CFM versus 15, but it got the same results. So when it comes to ventilation, we got to look at increased productivity. I think you're going to find that, like, if some of your guys have manufacturing plants, if the plant is clean and everybody can breathe healthily, they're going to work better, they're going to enjoy it better, and better employee retention. So yes, that kind of says it all on the slide, about 8% in the task, in the speed of the task. So just more efficiency altogether.
So Justin, if I can just, so
Please.
just want to emphasize that there are some aspects to energy efficiency projects that you cannot monetize, but the benefits are there nonetheless. So Rob, when we're talking about the doors and the fact that some grocery stores still can't afford the upfront costs, there are other factors that come into play that we simply can't put a value to, but it's all part of the benefits that small business is going to receive. So
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's not a very measurable, it's very subjective and hard to put a pencil to it. So moving on to air conditioning, this is gonna be, when it comes to these small businesses, is gonna be the highest cost. You know, we're lucky in the Midwest with our natural gas prices. We don't have near the prices that the East Coast does. So heating's not as big a concern. We want to be responsible to the environment. But really your bang for the buck is going to be on the air conditioning side of things. And that's where we're seeing new technology and old technology coming back into play, just trying to squeeze every penny we can out of every penny spent. So as I motor through this today, pretty much we're going to be talking about this conversion from we're in most cases, like the chamber here, they have rooftop units here, and we're relying on the refrigerant within that unit. And what we're doing is just changing states of the refrigerant. We're going from a liquid to a vapor. We're compressing it, and all of our refrigerants have a boiling point. And they could boil at higher pressure. They could also boil in a vacuum. So we're taking care of that boiling to change states of the refrigerant to harvest the energy off of it. So we won't have a quiz on that later, but I'll see if anybody retains it. So as far as air conditioning goes, your people are going to be able to, this is a good measuring tool. This is a SEER rating, sometimes seasonal energy efficiency rating. Sometimes they call it an EAR rating. They take the seasonal out of it because they're just going to be measuring the air conditioning or the heating. So very, very close to monitor, very close to measure, and it's what we do on an everyday basis. So air conditioning is where we're going to rely on the bolt to dehumidify the space as well. So there's some slides in here on humidity down the road. It's just another factor of the indoor air quality and the health of the building. So yeah, I think that's it on air conditioning, I guess we're gonna talk about maintenance. I'm gonna talk about that a little bit longer. That's more the piece of how do we take care of our old. Yes, sir.
On that SEER rating, where's the breaking point as far as cost savings? So if you're at a 14.5 SEER air conditioning or 20 SEER, and you spend X amount of dollars more for 20 SEER to get more efficiency.
It kind of,
But how much, where do you figure on that?
on most of your commercial buildings, I think you're gonna be around that 14 to 15 SEERs where you're gonna find that sweet spot on initial cost versus payback. You know, if it's your unit at home, you know, if you could still put in a 13 SEER unit at home, but if you could buy that 21 SEER, you just gotta really use that sale price to get your payback off of it. Personally, I'm kind of into this stuff, so I go to the 21 SEER because that's what I like, but
Well, I'd rather see more efficient. So
I think we all would. I think Westar, you know, incentivizes that just so they don't have to build out more infrastructure, you know, like. There's only so much power and the building grid takes a lot of money, so I think it's up to all of us to lower that energy usage. Just to lower our prices from those folks as well, so, but yeah, usually on a commercial setting, and it's hard to say because it's so. Unique to every building, you know, if it was a large manufacturing, I would not say. The very cheapest first cost would be, let's put some 50-ton units on the roof, spread them out. They're gonna be 13 SEER, maybe 14 SEER. Ideally, I would like to talk to the customer about putting in a chiller loop and maybe some big air turnover units. There's better ways to do it, but that of course comes with a price point. So it's kind of tough for like the chamber building to put in a 4-pipe hydronic system. If they could get the job done with these rooftop units, it's a pretty good investment. So everyone's kind of a weighing situation, but that's where getting a contractor on board that you trust that could help you run some of these costs and figure it out. Excellent question.
So just since we're on that, the first cost versus not.
Yes.
So I've worked, you know, like the city of Manhattan, the zoo was looking at doing some energy efficiency stuff, and you know, they had a nice higher SEER AC system that was going in, and of course the city always just does first cost.
Yep.
Do you see a trend away from first cost, or is it still mainly that's?
Unfortunately, in the public sector, we're still driven by first cost. If they get the right engineer involved, you know, he'll set the specification and that's what we all bid on. So really, you could win that at the engineering side.
Okay.
But I would say 9 times out of 10, city money is gonna go to a first cost, 13 SEER. Let's let it run until it dies kind of situation. Private money is different. Those guys see the investment, know the investment, and wanna provide a better environment for their people, so.
Thank you.
Yep. So yeah, that's the basics, HVAC. Here's what we're gonna have a test on later. And I threw this slide in thinking there might be more business owners, and hopefully you take something of it. If you take this slide and essentially do a diagonal line, and I could, sorry, diagonal line this way. I'm just gonna talk about this at your home unit right now, just for clarity. When it comes to your house, this is your basic HVAC air conditioning system. Evaporator coil, most people have a furnace sitting at their house, and then there's a little box that sits on top of it that has the copper lines that run to the outside unit. That little box there is your evaporator coil, and we're using your furnace even during air conditioning time just to blow air through that coil. All we're using the furnace is for the blower. So we're blowing air here. On the outside of the house, it sits that box that's kind of noisy and probably has a little too much cottonwood on it, for my likings, my house included. That holds your compressor and your big condenser coil. So as this cycle goes, it's as long as you don't have a leak somewhere in this piping or one of these coils, we're going to use that refrigerant time and time again. And all we're going to do is keep changing that state back and harvesting that energy off of it. So as this cycle goes, it goes through the compressor. The compressor does exactly what it sounds like. It compresses it. And then that refrigerant changes state from a low pressure vapor to a high pressure vapor, travels through your condenser coil, down through your condenser coil, comes out of the condenser at a high pressure liquid, gets sent back into the house. This expansion valve sits right on that box inside your house, changes it to a low pressure liquid or vapor, depending on how much flow you got through there right then. And we blow through air through it. We harvest the heat off the house, send it to the outside, dissipate it through the condensing unit outside. So that fan, if you notice your fan outside, it's always a little warmer than the ambient temperature. That's just the heat that you're removing from your house. So it's just truly heat transfer. We're just trying to get it out of the house. So air conditioning. So I put a slide together thinking, my thought was, well, hopefully I could touch on all these systems that everybody has within their businesses. So we'll have to extend that to your guys' customer base. HVAC looks like all different things. Like these are all Kruse Corporation projects and different things that we got going on. Anywhere from a chiller and an ice plant out there in Fort Hays. This is the new Hays, that's the new hospital there in Colby. It's a lot of rooftop units. This is more your hydronic system. Those are going to be chilled water pumps, pumping chilled water through a building. And that's going to be a heating water system. I believe that's Newton High School, if I remember right where that picture's from. And all rooftops pretty well look the same. So that could have been 100 different projects this last year. I don't know. So yeah, just got to work through your basic HVAC systems, and I'll make this quick because it's maybe not as pertinent to this audience, but pretty much your traditional split systems. This is going to be your cheapest first cost system. You know, like if you got a small business, chances are they're going to have furnaces hidden in all the closets, maybe horizontally above the ceiling, condensers on the roof or right outside, and hopefully in a locked area in a bad neighborhood kind of deal. So this is really your most simplest of systems. And as we travel our state mainly to the west or the southeast, you're going to see predominantly more of these because every local mechanical contractor could work on systems like these. You don't need somebody like Kruse to come out and do it. The local handyman could work on these. So that's really the pros. This is where you could get super efficient. There's that 21 SEER, 96% efficient on the furnace side. So very efficient stuff. I would say the con here is when we're sizing equipment, we go on about 400 square foot per ton. So really in a residential kind of unit like this, you're kind of limited to that 5 ton, 2,000 square foot kind of deal. But yeah, that's kind of what we're talking about. As we talked earlier, that's that evaporator coil inside. That's the refrigerant lines going to the outdoor unit. So pretty simple system. And during cooling mode, we're still using the blower on the furnace. So it gets to work year round. So that's a very important component. I think I put 5 of these and I'll just run through these pretty quick. Another basic unit is rooftop units. That's essentially these components all in one box. There's a condensing side on one side with a compressor. There's a gas-fired furnace in it and an evaporator coil that's sitting in the airstream that we're blowing air through. So really the pros on the rooftop units, we go from about anywhere from 1.5 tons to 50 ton, very adaptable to spaces. We could put economizers on these units. An economizer, when it comes to energy usage, is going to be an outside air damper, but it's modulating and it works with the ambient temperature outside. So like this morning, if the chamber needed some cooling in here, you could open those economizers, bring a little more fresh air in and cool the space with outside temperatures. So that's kind of the goods on a rooftop unit. When it comes to your energy, we're limited to 80% efficient on the heating side. That last slide with the furnace, this is a 90% furnace. And what that means is anything above 80%, we're condensing on the flue gas. So therefore the flue gas is going to be at a state where it's gonna be moist and wet. So on rooftop units, we can't do that because those units are sitting up in the ambient 5-degree weather, working like crazy, but we gotta limit that to 80% so we don't have a freezing issue.
Justin,
Yes, sir.
on the economizers, so
Yes.
if I have a system that doesn't have one,
Yes.
can you add one?
Yeah.
Or do you have, okay,
Yep. So on a city, like a city project, they're probably gonna specify the unit to have a 10% outside air damper. And what that is it's a damper on the return air that's open to 10% worth of the overall volume of air is we're gonna bring in 10% no matter what, no matter the temperature outside, to blend with the air that we're conditioning. The smarter way of doing that is utilizing an economizer. So you can add an economizer to an existing unit. And I think one other con is you're running some pretty healthy electrical lines up to the roof. So I guess I would guess everybody's seen rooftop units. If you've driven within a quarter mile of Walmart, you can see about 80 of them on each one. Sam's Club, all of those, they all use rooftop units because of the cheap first cost. So gonna talk a little bit about hydronic systems. This is your boiler and chiller coupled with air handlers throughout the space. This is what we are kind of talking about just a minute ago. Centralized plant, very high efficient, boilers up to 96. I think I saw something last week, Fulton has a 98% efficient boiler out there. I think you almost got to tweak the numbers to make sure you can get 98% efficient, but they're getting it. Chillers, also very efficient. We could go from reciprocating compressors to screw compressors, and it's just how we're compressing that refrigerant, and the screw compressor just operates at a lot higher efficiency. Yeah, robust, very good. These systems, a good high efficiency boilers get not derate any capacity down to, I think, -15 ambient temperature. So we're really going to be pouring the heat no matter how cold it gets. So there's a picture. That's some larger scale chillers we just did. I think that could be Newton boiler system, but that's what it would look like running through your plant or through your office in the ceiling. A lot of schools use boiler chiller combinations. I think New Hayes High is a 4-pipe system, so very good way to go, very efficient. This is where it gets a little less common in Western Kansas. They might elect to throw on 50 rooftops on a high school. Hayes elected to go a little smarter route. I think 4 out of 5 here is a term called VRF. And I'm sure that some of your guys' businesses have utilized VRF. VRF has been prevalent in Europe for years. We kind of went full speed on VRF about 10 years ago, and it's really had mixed reviews in our region. VRF is, I'll just show you a picture of it real quick. One outside heat pump. So it's an air source heat pump connected to multiple units within the building. And it could be a combination of ceiling cassettes, a low wall cassette, something we throw on the wall, ducted cassettes. But the intelligent piece and the efficient piece of this is, especially when you have like a server room in your buildings, or if you know anybody with a server room, that's like a bingo for VRF. We could cool the heat in the server room, say the server room's over here. And as we're removing that heat from the server room, it's a constant load. The servers are putting off heat all the time. We could actually heat the space with that same refrigerant. And we're just not pulling that heat and sending it outside. We're actually recycling and reusing. When it comes to VRF systems, usually they're always paired with a dedicated outside air unit. That is a roof mounted unit that a dedicated outside air unit will exhaust air from the building. We'll usually pick some restrooms, maybe a kitchen area, exhaust that air, exhaust it through a heat wheel that spins around, harvests the heat out of that air, spins it around, and kind of tempers the outside air that's coming in. So we're harvesting heat very efficient. Downside with VRF systems is they're an air source heat pump and they don't perform well in the Kansas temperatures. When it's 5 out, they start derating, and all of a sudden a 50-ton unit now becomes a 40-ton unit. And then they go into what they call like a defrost mode, where the outside unit will get full of ice. It's got to reverse itself, go into air conditioning, get rid of that ice, heat up that heat pump. So the whole time it's in defrost mode, it's not heating the building. So what we found in a lot of schools, especially Western Kansas, where the wind blows a little bit more, you slowly start losing the building as the sustained low temp days happen. And we've had them about every year, about 5 days in a row, where it's just that Arctic cold, and that's where this system suffers. So if you could use this for cooling only, it's beautiful. But when it comes to heat, we recommend a secondary heat source, and then out goes the efficiency.
We built a new office building, 6 years ago, we put in one of those systems. We found that every winter, it just get colder and heck in December and January.
Yeah.
Works really good in the summertime.
Yeah.
This is great, but, we ended up having to take the whole system out, put in a whole new system.
Yep.
It was.
Unfortunately, that's what we're finding.
Another, seems like the new brand's working.
There was a time 10 years ago where we bid 10 jobs, 10 out of 10 are gonna have some bit of VRF. You know, they might have rooftops, but the office of the school might have a little VRF system in it. Now, today, I would say maybe 3% of the work that we bid has VRF in it. You go down to Oklahoma City, it's a game changer. They're still doing VRF everywhere. It's just that much warmer, and they don't fight those things.
So we had the experience we had with this before we built, we wouldn't have put it in.
The good news that you're in good company, like really good company, like a lot of people that have VRF. It's an installation issue too. I'm not saying we were perfect on the first ones we did, but it was sold as a system that is just throw it in. It's almost residential like. And we treat all of that refrigerant lines more like it's a medical gas. Now we purge it, test it, pressurize it the whole time. But yeah, you're in good company if you had a VRF system that kind of fell on its face. And unfortunately, it was a very popular trend for a while. So yeah, that's a VRF. And then lastly, and I will follow up, I think once I got here and got a little more context of the meeting itself, this is something that does come with some reimbursement through two different programs. I think the Inflation Reduction Act will help pay for your ice producing chillers. It is tied to some different things, like all of our ice producing chiller projects are all Buy American. And as a mechanical contractor, we buy a lot of pipe every year. And some projects specify it needs to be American steel, and then some projects you could use import steel. Two totally different prices. Hopefully, up in DC, they get that figured out here pretty soon. But unfortunately, the import is a lot cheaper. So your project cost goes up a little bit, but you're getting help with the funding. And I'll forward these guys the correct methods to do this, because local companies like Hutchinson Community College, we just finished their first ice plant. They're doing it. Fort Hays is doing it. Dodge City High School. We're fortunate enough to be in the ice producing chillers early, and and as far as energy savings and energy consumption, this is the biggest bang for the buck, and it's reliable. So ice producing chillers, what it is a low temp chiller paired with high efficiency boilers. We're going to use a hydronic system just like we would with all these air handlers out here in the space. But the difference is our chillers, along with, we're using kind of a propylene glycol, which allows us to have liquid water down to about 22, 24 degrees. We are running these chillers at night. And when you're running this chiller at night in ice producing mode, we're paying, Dodge City's a perfect example. Dodge City's paying 70 cents on the dollar for their normal electrical usage out there. It's not Evergy, it's that local co-op program out there. So they're getting 70 cents on the dollar is what they're paying to run that chiller at night. And what we're doing is we have all of these tanks out in a yard. I think I got I don't have Dodge City picture on here. This is Hutch JUCO and that's Fort Hays. So we have all of these tanks in the ground. And what we're doing, we're running chilled water in and chilled water out of these tanks, and our water goes through. It's roughly about 1.5 miles worth of PEX piping in these tanks. And these tanks are insulated, skinned with aluminum. They're poly tank, so they're gonna last forever. The tank itself is now full of water. We fill it with water, and then we use those chilled water pipes to freeze this, and it becomes one big old block of ice. So we're buying that power for 70 cents on the dollar at night. We're loading up enough ice for the next day. And then we're cycling chilled water. We're just gonna run the pumps. We're gonna run the pumps during the day. The chiller won't run. But we'll be circulating water back through these lines, using the ice, slowly melting the ice as the day goes on, and not running a chiller during the day. The second really good piece that this does is it lowers your overall demand charge during the day. So it's kind of a win-win. When you are running the chiller, you're running it cheaper. And when you're not running the chiller, now your demand charge is going to be more based on lighting and other components that aren't quite as big. So I figured I'd spend a little more time on ice producing chillers. Right now, we're pretty much just using Train as our supplier for ice. Train bought CalMac, which is the manufacturer of the tank. So they've kind of cornered the market a little bit, but they do a really good job on it. So very robust and reliable. Cons would be first cost. This is a first cost killer. You're buying $13,000 tanks, and you're probably going to buy, I say $23,000 tanks, and you're probably buying 9 to 12 for a 6A high school. What Dodge City did is they're doing a partial storage. So instead of running 2 chillers during the day, now they just run 1. They run 1 at night, make their ice, and now, so they're getting half of their cooling at a reduced rate. Fort Hays is different. Fort Hays Gross Coliseum, it's the basketball arena out there. They're making 100% of their ice at night, and we're looking to add more projects to add more onto that ice plant. So, and Hays is incentivized to do it because they provide the majority of their own power through their wind program, but they find that they get enough money reimbursed. And I don't know if it's Westar who is out there around Hays, but
A little too far west.
a little too far west.
Yep.
I agree. I drive it a lot. So kind of wanted to spend some more time on this ice producing chiller. And what the best thing to get started on anything like this is we could get you in touch with design engineers. We could get you a rough budget right out of the gates. Wichita Public Schools 259 is diving deep on ice plants right now. They have 2 going in. So when I say we're bringing back some new technology and some old, man, we're making ice, and that's like as old as air conditioning
Well, yeah,
gets.
that's where we got the ton from.
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So 1.5 tons, I mean, that's a pretty small system.
That is a copy paste error, sir. We
Oh,
don't quite go down to 1.5.
oh, okay, I'm like,
That came right off the rooftop slide.
Okay.
Please disregard that.
all right.
And honestly,
Just wanted to prove I'm actually reading your stuff.
absolutely. No, I appreciate that. There's a quiz on the slides and you're gonna do well later.
So what's the smallest then? Because I'm.
Probably 100 ton.
Ah,
100 ton ice
that's
plant.
very different as skilled driver.
Absolutely. 100 ton would probably match with 2 CalMac tanks to give you enough ice to run throughout the day.
Gotcha.
You're gonna be running pumps a little bit longer because traditionally, like a school like Dodge City would shut off the pumps, let everything creep up a little bit overnight, and then kick on the pumps in the chiller at maybe 5:30 in the morning. We're gonna be running pumps a little more continuously, but pumps aren't your big electrical user. The chiller is the key. So, but yeah, that's my last basic HVAC system. I didn't figure I'd have anybody in here, but this, when it comes to my line of work, we don't get, our last good technology was VRF, and I was excited for a short while on that one. This one I could really get behind because it is robust and very energy efficient. And there is programs, and I didn't get those included in my slides, and I'll follow up with you guys, maybe give you an updated. So.
How deep were them tanks, or is that them sitting?
Yeah, those 2 are sitting, those 3 are sitting on the ground. They're roughly, I would say they're probably 11 to 12 foot deep, tall.
They're not very.
No, like Hutchinson Community College, they did a partial berry. Hayes did a partial berry. What you're getting out of this berry, I wish I had Dodge City on here. They did a full berry tank. So you're getting a little more insulation out of the earth. That's all sand backfill. So like below these tanks is gonna be a concrete slab. We shoot anchors into the ground, stainless steel cables. In the event we get inundated with water, they don't float out. That's the only concern, but, so yeah. CalMac always sends them usually 3 at a time, so we have a picking system that will hoist 3 at a time in there, so. It's gonna be exciting, because I think you'll see Fort Hays probably end up with about 6 of these, and we're working on K-State right now. K-State just built a beautiful chiller plant kind of on the north side of campus, just north of Weber Hall up there, and we're gonna try to give them a little bit of thermal storage that we could use with their existing chillers. Again, you could modify an existing chiller to go below temp if it's right. So, yeah, wanted to share that with you guys today. I think the rest of my stuff is, this is topic number 3 of 5. How are we doing okay on time?
Yeah, 7 minutes still.
Really, and this is something you could talk to your constituents about, you know, trying to get the most out of their HVAC system. So working on existing systems at this point, and number 1 with a bullet, and it's not because we sell these services, it's because they are indeed important. I know the chamber does maintenance here. They do a quarterly maintenance here and take care of their stuff. But when it comes to preventative maintenance plans, it's really, you know, if you don't maintain your tires on your car, then the whole car is going to end up coming apart on the side of the road for you. So we kind of listed, my guys put some stuff together. Dirty equipment, you're just killing the efficiency. And here's kind of what a dirty filter does. Not only, like, we'll go back to your homes, that's the easiest piece. You got a filter right there on your return where it enters the furnace. So if you got a dirty filter, that means your blower motor is going to be running at a higher amp, trying to move more air through that restriction. You're going to have a little more increased static pressure on the duct system, just trying to move air. So what that does is really just kill the life of that thing, and it works at an elevated amperage. It also gets less air across that evaporator coil. That coil that was over here on the left that we're blowing air through, we're not getting as many air exchanges across that coil in an hour. So therefore, the compressor's running for a longer time, just wear and tear on everything. So it's kind of a cumulative effect, and that's what he was trying to draw here. A dirty condenser coil, that's going to be your loud box outside. If it's packed with cottonwood, your condenser fan motor, the little motor that's tasked with bringing air across that coil and dissipating it out, it's going to run at higher amps. It's going to run for a shorter life. So all of these things are just energy efficiency killers when it comes to cleanliness. Okay, we were gonna insert a preventative maintenance plan here, but apparently we didn't. So I do have a paper copy. I could send one around if anybody wants to look at it, but this is kind of a plan for, I don't know who, but it seems like they had about every kind of piece of equipment and the services that my guys provide. So the kicker is get with the local, have them contact their local people, because you know, you could have Kruse Corporation come out and do it, but chances are your local guy is going to be able to work his way through the efficiency of the equipment. We'll talk really fast on HVAC controls. That's another part that's usually value engineered out of a project. They want to go, well, it looks like the chambers on that right here, a programmable thermostat. You know, they're not getting all the benefits that you have out of this equipment. A lot more intelligent up there. We could do setback, we could do trending. We could look at energy consumption on a control system and just change the way that the building operates a little bit to squeeze those pennies out for the small business. So when it comes to controls, mainly this trending is what my guys look at. It's a computer guy, and we've got one that sits in Manhattan and one that sits in Lenexa and a couple in Wichita that are reading temperatures right now in Colby, Kansas on a brand new hospital. So those guys, You don't have the travel cost. It's just an overall benefit to the customer. We don't have to come out. We can look at our computer and know pretty much what's going on. And, come with the parts that we need. Estimated savings on controls. This is an ASHRAE figure. Anything under 7,000 square foot, they could have a 12% reduction in annual HVAC cost. As the building gets bigger, obviously these are more complex systems and you're gonna squeeze a little bit more out of that, but 16% I think is pretty conservative. This is just some pictures of controls and kind of shows you what we got going on. We're reading temperatures all over the building, maximizing efficiency on the equipment. We do it with young people that are a lot smarter than I that know how to work computers a little bit more. But this is where we're gonna start trending things. We're gonna know our return temp. We're gonna know our supply temp. Those are your chilled water and heating water coils. This is based on Via Christi St. Francis campus, 74-degree outside air coming in and 66 return. So quick look at that. And then I just put together a couple slides as your people are upgrading, things to consider. First cost versus lifetime is what I bang my chest on every day. Indoor air quality, kind of like we talked earlier, humidity control, and just talked about consultant people. So your first low cost stuff is going to be single stage cooling, single stage heating. These are boxes. You're just putting a box on the roof and moving on. Manual air damper, like we discussed earlier, standard thermostat and a constant speed blower. Higher first cost, lower lifetime is you're going to put in modulating heating, or at least a 10 to 1 turn down on heating. You're going to have 10 different stages that you could work through. Multiple stage compressors, modulating, unloading, ramping compressors, just a lot of technology in compressors. And we just try to only use the amount of compressor that we need, and that is relative to the amp draw. Everything else in there, variable speed blowers, a little more equipment like Aeon, Train and Daikin. Up here, first low cost, you're probably gonna be in the Rheem Carrier. Some of this, just the robust, they'll heat it. They're just not gonna heat it very efficiently. Ventilation. Are we out of time?
You got, tell me if you want to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ventilation, I'll go through this really quick. This is just required by code. That's that 10% that we talked about. Proper ventilation is really the productivity and the health. That's the health of the people and the health of the buildings. Without good ventilation, you're at risk of mold. I think we got to keep it below 62% relative humidity, and mold can appear in 4 days. So if you're running a real high humid building, you're gonna have issues right out of the gates. Put in a few things on dehumidification in here. Just really how we're gonna do it, and I don't think you guys want to get too technical on relative humidity. A few more slides in relative humidity. This is gonna be modulating equipment versus standard equipment. What we found in our industry is with a standard, your run-of-the-mill unit, it's gonna come on, it's gonna dehumidify for this portion of runtime. And then we're not gonna be dehumidifying it hardly at all as it's ramping back off. But what we're finding is with that short runtime, we're not getting the condensate to beat up on the coil, the condensate down to the pan, and then the condensate to the condensate distribute. We're not getting enough time for that. So what we're finding in our industry is we have a re-evaporation rate on the condensate. So what this is condensate that didn't quite get out of the pan. The compressor shut off, the air is still moving, that water's not escaping and then reintroducing itself back into the airstream. So that's where the modulating equipment, can't quite see it up here, modulating compressor remains on and down to a 5% load. So the entire time that thing is just gonna ramp down, it's gonna still dehumidify. That's really a first cost versus lifetime cost kind of piece. And then we put in one, I think this might be the last slide. The first cost of dehumidification, it's usually about 0.5% to 1. This changes on hospitals. We're working on KU Med in Kansas City right now. This was about an 8% cost because it was in a surgery suite and really fine-tuned humidification methods there. So about 1% of the building. So for a $10 million building, we're looking at 50 to 100,000, which sounds like a lot of money, but it's in the grand scheme of things, it's that important and something to keep ahead of, so. And this is my last slide, consult local professionals, and I'll leave some cards here that you guys could give your people, if we could be of any assistance. Get them in touch with a design engineer, that's probably the best way, because then they can design a project and send it out to bid where multiple contractors like us bid on it per the specifications and drawings. So, yeah, just really seek the engineer, weigh the first cost versus lifetime, engage people that know things along the way, and really, and I have them at this, like those initial visits for your people, when it comes to HVAC, it's such a big electrical usage. If I come out and look at a building and we're not charging anything, a design engineer is not as well. So use the professionals in your area, and if you can't, we've usually got guys in every area too, chasing this stuff down. Still fast and furious. I was worried about this being like 5 minutes. They put in some extra slides. I hope that's some information that could be beneficial to you guys that you could pass down and.
Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna ask a question, but it's not gonna be to you, sorry.
Perfect.
It's gonna be to Christopher and Graham, who's not here, and maybe Brandy. But when you're coaching your small businesses and they're starting up, or maybe they've purchased an old building that they're going to move into, do you talk a lot about the impact that the HVAC might have on their operation?
I haven't yet. As, I mean, my role is much more often to be a navigator, so point people to the right direction, so it's talking about working with local professionals.
Sure.
Would be my first point of advice, but now I have more knowledge that I can bring to the table.
Right, because guaranteed, I mean, if you're looking on the operation side, your HVAC is going to be the number one expense. Yeah.
Most startups lease, so they don't, I mean, unless they're a manufacturer, they start up leasing, so they don't have control over the system itself, so we just have to figure in the costs. We do spend time on that, but we, anything they have to do, we make sure they get 3 bids and they know what their responsibilities are. It's definitely something we work with occasionally.
Okay,
Thank you.
well, thank you.
Thank you very much. Rambling for an hour. but-
No, I love the ice stuff.
It's fascinating because.
I was really excited when it was going down to 1.5
Right, you would have had a nice plant in the backyard. I would love to have a nice plant in the backyard,
Yeah.
but, yeah, unfortunately, sorry, that was a copy paste error, but, yeah, I want to say that CalMac tank, yeah. I think the smallest system would be a 2-tank
Sure,
system.
sure,
but, yeah, hopefully that sheds some light on it. I left some extra cards here.
Yeah, we're gonna have.
If you guys got any questions or I can help down the road, let me know.
Okay.
Thank
Thanks so
you.
much.
Do you guys see an uptick in like manufacturing that need food, like, several of our companies have had to add air and cool.
Of the facilities.
The robotics that are
Mm.
going into the manufacturing. That's what we've had several companies that have never had it, but had to upgrade because they've
Yes.
added robotics to their floors.
A lot of large scale large scale manufacturing and what we found, it's the driving piece has been employee retention. That plants, say like Worthington Cylinder right over like off 119th over there, they make those little propane bottles that we all consume.
Oh, yeah.
But they have paint booths everywhere and those are furnaces and it's so hot in there, they can't keep employees. So that's what we've been working a lot on, over kind of in your neck of the woods, like Agco. I don't know. Agco's looking at cooling their entire plant right now. That's where we're using big chillers. Ice is going to be a piece of that because the problem is they don't have the electrical infrastructure coming into the building to run their plant plus run all these chillers. So that's why we're trying to run a third shift chiller, build up enough ice to where that demand is staying right where it is. We're consuming a little bit more, but we're consuming it when the manufacturing's not. We are doing that on a new plant that's coming to Sterling, Kansas right now. They come from the Czech Republic And where their climate's a lot cooler, so they just open ventilation. They have automatic vents on their roof and everything opens up. And so we said, we're gonna have to do some mechanical cooling here. We're not gonna, doesn't matter how many windows you open in Kansas in the middle of the summer, it's hot. So, but yes, theirs is all robotics, the Sterling plant that's coming to town.
And so when you see, so this is an existing plant that,
They had to add,
yeah,
yeah, because all their machines
Yeah.
were too.
Their machines are becoming more intelligent and they're running VFD drives on.
yeah, so my only concern is that I've been in a lot of those old facilities that condition the air.
Mhm.
And so their building envelope wasn't much of a problem. But now, if you're going to cool and condition that entire space,
Mhm.
your building envelope is a huge thing. And are they upgrading that as well? Are they plugging holes? Are they? or are
We're
they just
insulating, we're
adding-
insulating roofs that have never been insulated
Yeah.
because the machinery heats it. They don't
Yeah.
care if they lose some of that.
Yeah,
So, but then just depends on where the next two bills come. You gotta offset your carbon footprint. So if you're using that many more KWs from Westar,
yeah.
you've got to have a little bigger pond and trees and stuff outside. So there's a lot of things that go into factor of it. It's a huge balance. And the problem is now that we're trying to cool, these are the last, I think AGCO was 800-ton load. And like, how do we run 800 tons of chiller on the same electric, like Westar doesn't have any more to give us. So that's the challenge. So.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, you guys may know all this, so I will probably be quick, but this is just a little bit about our center. So we are at Wichita State University. We've been there for 42 years this November. So we are one of the longest active SBDCs in the nation, and we are proud of that for sure. We cover 12 counties currently in South Central Kansas. So basically we go from Rice County down to the border, and then we go out as far as Marion and Chase County, and then Kingman to our west is one of our westernmost points. So yeah, it's a good size area and a lot of variety, which is what I love. We're one of 7 centers currently active in Kansas. So if somebody reached out to us and they weren't in our area, something we couldn't help with, we can definitely refer them on. And then there are SBDCs all across the United States and territories. So there's somebody out there for everyone. Some are a little harder to get a hold of. So if people ever run into issues, we'd love to help with that. And the task that we have been given is to offer local technical assistance to small businesses. Every area is a little bit different. Every county, community in my area has slightly different laws, requirements, those sorts of things. So it's our job to know those things and kind of help people along. So our funding partners, the SBDC program is started by the Small Business Administration. They are our continual funder. That's based on census data. So Kansas gets a much smaller piece of the pie than a lot of states, but hopefully we are helping the same number of people with the funds we receive. Wichita State University comes alongside and matches those funds. And I think that's something that people don't quite give these universities enough credit for, but they come right alongside and offer the same funds. And then the Kansas Department of Commerce also helps support our program. Their contribution is a little more varied than the other two, but they definitely want to help support and make sure that these services are available across the state. And this is what we do at Wichita State University's SBDC. We train, we advise, and we connect. And if you don't remember anything else from this, those are the 3 things I'd like you to take out of here. Training. In 2025, we'll offer 125 training sessions. And I know that number is correct because we just scheduled up through the end of December last week. So we are really excited about that. About 90% of our training is actually done virtually. And we do that for 2 reasons. First of all, because I have a huge area that we cover. And if I have something here, it's hard for other people to get there. Also because for any of you who have worked in a small business, You can have the best laid plans when you go in the morning, but your day will be totally turned over by the end of the day. So we try to record all those virtual sessions as well. So if you miss it, we'll send you the recordings as well as the slides. So that's something really important to keep in mind. We found that to be very helpful. So far this year, we've had over 2,500 participants in our training program. So it's been really good for us. This is something we do a lot of. We think it's really important to get information to more people and out across the state as often as possible. And one thing I should also say about our training is we do a lot of it ourselves, but we also have great partners, right? The Department of Revenue does something for us every other month on sales tax. The new Patent and Trademark Office that we've been assigned to out of Dallas is doing a series for us this fall. You know, we've got a lot of great partners who come in and also help provide this. And one thing about our training is it is no to low cost, depending on what the training is. If it's one of those partners who comes in, they don't charge us, we don't charge the small businesses. If it's something where, for example, QuickBooks, I have to pay an instructor, that's a little pricier, but we try to keep the prices as low as possible so the businesses can get the information they need. And this is where we spend the vast majority of our time. We offer no cost advising to small business leaders. And I like to say small business leaders because it could be the owner, it could be the lady who does the bookkeeping, it could be the person who's doing marketing, it could be the wife of the owner who's helping do all those things on the back, right? We're willing to meet with anyone as long as the owner okays them. So far in 2025, we've met with just over 500 unique clients so far. So 500 small businesses. By the way, does anybody know what the official SBA definition of a small business is?
It depends on the next code, doesn't it?
A little bit, but there's a general kind of cutoff.
Oh,
500 employees or less. So it's about 97% of the businesses in Kansas. Now you are right, there's certain profit margins and those things per NAICS code, but very seldom if you have fewer than 500 employees, we won't turn you away. That's generally how that works. And that equates to over 4,500 counseling hours at no cost to these small business leaders so far this year. I'm thinking we may hit 6,000, but we'll see how that goes. Connecting. We do a lot to try to connect small businesses because, again, if you've ever run a small business, you are in that small business. And that's where you are 90% of your time. So knowing what's available in your community can be really difficult. And we really want to make sure that we help with those things. So we do a lot of connecting to funders. Funding is a big thing we're involved with for small businesses. We connect to other service providers, partner organizations. Startup Hutch is an organization we work with a lot up here. I actually come up here once a month and meet with small businesses that they refer to me. We also connect them to resources. You know, they can't keep track of what grants are coming through, what aren't, what's going on with this and that. So we do a lot of those things. We also do a lot of research. You know, being part of a big university is helpful. I have 3 students on staff now. I'll have 6 in the spring semester, and they do a lot of research, help us figure things out for businesses, always under the guidance of an advisor. Key tenets of our work. First and foremost, we are confidential. I can't tell you who my clients are, where they're located, let alone anything they would ever tell me. That's really important. I think there's a lot of organizations who take a lot of credit for success of the small businesses, and we want to make sure that we're never doing that. We will celebrate success with our small businesses, but never without their permission. So that's really important. We are no to low cost. Again, our advising is always no cost, no matter where it goes, no matter how many times we meet with a company, there's never a cost to them for that. Our trainings, we try to keep low cost along with a lot of other programs. We meet each client where they are. I think that's really important. A lot of times business leaders feel imposter syndrome. We see that a lot. So we really try to meet everybody where they are. And I think that's one of the things we do really well. We're not expecting you to be here. We're not expecting you to have this grand plan to scale. We want to help you where you are and achieve your goals. And we help as best we can. For some, we can do more than others, just because that's their situation. But we will never turn anyone away unless they are actually abusive, which has never happened in my time there. So let's keep open on that. It is advising versus mentoring, meaning my advisors are trained. We do continual professional development to make sure that they understand what's going on. We even have started doing, I have at this point 11 part-time advisors. So we do a weekly mastermind where we talk about things that are going on, share best practices. They each kind of have a specialization so they can share some of those things. Mentoring is based on personal experience, which is great. Almost all my advisors either currently own or have previously owned a business, so they can relate, but they're basing it on more than that. And we are always open to collaboration. That's one thing in my office. You gotta collaborate, let's do it. Figure out a way to make it happen. Who we work with? We work from idea phase to transitions, exiting. So idea phase is, hey, I'm thinking about this. And a lot of people don't seek help at that time. Please send them. It's never too early to start, and we can solve a lot of problems up front if we start at idea phase. Startups are businesses that are 1 to 2 years in, but they're not really making a profit yet. So we try to help those as well. We work with existing businesses. Actually, about 65% of what my office does qualifies as an existing business. It's not a normal statistic. We're a little more heavy on that side, but we do a lot of them. And then transitions, buy, sell, what's your exit plan, those sorts of things we really want to be involved in. We find, especially in rural Kansas right now, that's a big business. I think we have 3 businesses in our region sell just last month. So we're excited about that as well.
Where at?
I can't say. But we helped the 3 of them. What we work on. I won't read all of these things to you because we do a lot of things. We do a lot with funding, both for startups and existing businesses. So I think that's something with this program we can come alongside, where they need to come up with that 75%. What does that look like? And what does that mean for them? We do a lot of projection models. I like to think we're really good at that. We do a lot of strategic planning. We also help a lot with contracting preparation, capability statements, business valuations, pricing, all of those sorts of things. And obviously business plans, all the basic stuff as well. But this is something that my office is very serious about. Whatever the client needs. Either we will find someone to refer you to who's better able to handle this at a low or no cost, or we will find a way to help. And we are really committed to doing that. So no business should think, I don't know if they do this. Come in, let's see what we can figure out. And again, that's another part of being a part of a university, right? There's a lot of things that we can pull from around us. Some trends we saw in 2024, beneficial ownership. How many of you remember that? And then it just went away. We actually helped over 1,000 clients last year because it was scary. They had to go online, register with their driver's license. So it was a big year doing that. Last year, Kansas also changed the registration requirements from annual to biennial. And what did that mean? We saw a decreased impact in social media marketing. So we really have worked with a lot of clients on that. Rural sustainability, inflation and pricing. Idle loans were big last year. Haven't had many problems this year. Inflation, pricing, interest rates. Yes, I know inflation's on there twice. It was a big one. And we're still having great ideas and starting businesses. In 2025, some of the things we focused in on is AI. Across the nation, Google supported the Americans SBDCs in something called AIU, training our advisors. All of my advisors are currently certified. I was one of the first certified through the national program. And then we've also brought on students who are geniuses in AI because that's all they do sometimes. One of my interns actually bought a separate computer so he could get on DeepSeek, which is a Chinese thing for about 3 months. I don't know what he's done with the computer now, but we've really tried to be at the forefront of that, and we've done quite a bit with it. Resilient pricing models. That's really interesting to run with businesses and look at what the impacts of tariffs could be, what the impacts of inflation could be. If your price per dollar fluctuates 6 cents, that's a huge impact across the business. So we really need to look at those little things. And so we've been working on that. Cooperatives and other collaborative models. This is something we've actually worked a lot with K-State on because they had some really good people who helped us bring in cooperatives, especially for food businesses. But we're also finding, for example, in urban centers like Wichita, the price of rental is so high. So are there ways we can cooperate and share space and working with that? Business communities, helping build those, helping businesses think, or helping communities think about their businesses. I think Jennifer mentioned that when she introduced herself, the small business owners can't always be in the room. So we need to be there as well and kind of help bring them to the forefront. Updated strategic planning. We've got some really great ways now that we're looking at strategic planning with more of a market-based view, and that's been really helpful. Formation reviews. So many companies do their documents and then they never think about them again because no one makes them. So we're really pushing this year, especially towards the end of the year and the beginning of next year. Let's take some time. Let's look at your formation documents, make sure that you are on task. And then financial health analysis is something we do a lot for existing businesses, especially if they've been in business 3 years or more. We can take a look at their financials and compare them with other businesses, and just basically help them benchmark. Where am I behind? Where am I ahead? What are things that I should take a closer look at? And this was my personal baby, benefits. Small businesses don't get started because people are afraid to lose the benefits of their full-time job. People can't find employees because they don't have benefits to offer. Business owners unfortunately think that selling their business should be their retirement plan. Not very stable is what we know. So we really want to help them think about the benefits, not only for employees, but also for the business owners. And so this is our second year. We're going to be doing our Business and Wellness Expo. We'll have educational sessions throughout the day, but more importantly, we are going to have providers there that they can talk to. They can take business cards. They can find out more information and know who to connect to. We think this is really important this year because if you haven't already heard, the Affordable Care Act is undergoing some major changes. And we will have people there who can talk about that as well. So we really want to do that. We're also trying to think outside the box. Some of you may have heard there are companies now that are helping small businesses and other businesses use childcare as an employee benefit. We're also looking at, there's a group in the state that wants to make paid time off something that is a state benefit rather than on the individual businesses. Could be really influential for small businesses. So we're just going to have a lot of people there with a lot of information. And so if you know any small businesses, please bring them out.
For the paid time off thing, is that specifically for small businesses or is that going to be across all?
It's across all businesses is what they're talking about. Yeah, come on out. It'll be a good presentation. So anyway, we'll be there from 9 to 4 for small businesses. It's a come and go. If you know anybody who offers benefits uniquely to we still have tables available and presentation spaces, so we'd love to have them sign up as well. And this is how you contact us. We're pretty easy to find, but we want to make sure that people know that we are here because just so you know, because we're federally funded, we can't really advertise. I have a hard time spending that money. So we do a lot of social media, so follow us on social media, share things. But yeah, we really need to get the word out because I would say at least twice a week, you are the best kept secret, or how come I didn't know about this before? And we don't want to be a secret. We want to help as many businesses as we possibly can.
Oh,
Oops, sorry.
I just wanted to get that down. Hold on.
Just a reminder, we will be sending all the presentations to everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll check, yeah, we'll always have the recording, so.
Yeah.
No, that's perfect.
Okay.
And then this is if someone wants to sign up as a client to get advising from us, it is at no cost, but they do have to sign up as a client. Fill in what they can. I'll walk through the rest of them when we do their intake. As soon as they fill this out, they reach out from my office that actually gives them a link to my calendar. I work with every new business coming in the door and then match them with the right advisors or the right team of advisors, which is sometimes necessary. And then if you're interested in any of our training, this is a QR code that will take you to this. It's currently being updated for the fourth quarter right now, so expect a lot of things being added to that consistently, but yeah. Thank you guys very much. Any questions for me?
So again, not a question, but a comment. So a tie-in between the Wichita State Business Development Center and our program. I'm sure you remember from one of my slides where I said we provide limited assistance for the Systems for Award Management entity, unique entity identifier. When we can't provide any more assistance, we give their information out because you have a center, some kind of thing that provides some information on that. So, yeah. They've been very helpful.
We try. That's what we want to hear most often.
Yeah, Brandy, just curious, what you've seen like in the last year or two as far as, particular industries that are popular? Are you just seeing a wide variety of anything and everything, or are there some common industries that you're seeing these small biz?
Yeah, every day is different, which is the best part of this job. My particular center, actually, if you had to put a majority of our clients, it would actually be health professionals. So we've got a lot of direct primary care doctors, a lot of nurse practitioners that have gone out on their own, therapists of all types and sorts, including physical. So that's been huge for us. And we're getting really good at that, actually. Yeah, it's a lot of things. I would say we don't see as many brick and mortar restaurants as a lot of areas. We do see people who do food trucks on a more regular basis, but manufacturing is going to be huge going forward. It's with all the incentives and those sorts of things. I actually have helped quite a few childcare providers, so that's hopeful. I'm hoping that will continue because that's really important, especially in our rural communities. But honestly, every day it's something new, and probably at least once or twice a month I get things I've never heard of before. I'm like, all right, let's try this. So it's a great job to have. A good question.
I was curious what kind of, you mentioned that you have some students there who do research. What type of research do they typically, what does that entail? I guess?
Yeah, so I have one gal who's really good at doing feasibility studies. So looking at, what you would have to charge, what's in the market already. Is this something we can really move forward with?
Okay.
Occasionally it's just, market research, or what do you need to know about this, or what are the laws, requirements? Again, it's the individual client. This is a little bit different, a little bit weird. So what can we find on those? A lot of times, we also are doing some focus groups for a larger business in Wichita, which are customer focus groups. Mostly just because it's a great learning experience for our students, and I've done it professionally before. So yeah, we do a lot of that. Marketing has been a big need in small businesses. It definitely is not what it used to be. So we've done a lot of that as well. So good questions.
Okay, well, thank you.
You bet.
Okay, our last speaker of the day, and one of the ones that I've been really looking forward to. This is a new partnership with us for the Kansas Energy Program and TRC companies / Evergy. Evergy's not a new one, but certainly these two people are. And we reached out to them, and boom, they were pretty much immediate, saying, yes, we'll be there. We'll do a presentation. We don't know who's going to be there, but somebody from TRC will. And so we really appreciate that. But the thing I like most about it is that they're here to talk about services, rebates that they're going to, be able to provide to small businesses. And
just pull it backward.
Rob, I know you're the only small business representative here. But we're all about you guys. So one, we appreciate you being here, and two, we appreciate TRC talking about all the things that they can do for small businesses. So.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, so I'll spread around my eye contact, even though Rob's the only small business. I'll make sure I'm talking to everybody.
We got Devo who
exactly.
They'll
that's right. Exactly, which is exactly where I was going. So yes, the big thing to keep in mind with these Evergy programs that we're going to talk about, and we'll mainly focus on the energy efficiency one. As long as you've got an Evergy commercial rate code, which is gonna be, any business. The only funny exceptions are maybe like municipalities that might have like, street lights that are on some kind of funky street light code. Those don't apply. But yeah, as long as you're an Evergy commercial customer, everything we talk about here is gonna apply. And one thing that I've loved today, this has been so informative and educational. I've been in kind of this energy and HVAC world for 25 years, but gosh, I still picked up stuff here today. It's excellent. And another thing I loved is that everything that every presenter talked about, we can kind of wrap a bow on it here in the sense that all of these different measures that you could implement, like Justin's HVAC or the refrigeration stuff that you guys were showing, or lighting even, that's an easy, obvious one. We can help offset the cost to get that stuff in and get it installed. And just like, we're just talking about here, how funding is so important with the SBDC group. This is a way to help fund projects, but kind of like the REAP grants, it's a reimbursement. Okay, so it's not $1, but it can reimburse $1 through, well, 250,000 is our project cap, so we can go way up there. All right, well, let's get rolling. Just a few hundred slides. This will take probably about 3 hours.
Yeah.
We should be wrapped up about 5 o'clock if that's good. Okay. All right, so business energy savings program, that's what we'll really focus on, and that's the energy efficiency program. In other words, if you can install something or implement something at your business that improves energy efficiency, we've probably got some kind of incentive for it. And when I say incentive, it's cash incentive. It is literally a check that will be mailed to you. Okay, so EE upgrades, it's designed to lower that upfront installation cost. Okay, 3 different tracks here: standard, custom light, and custom. Okay, we'll get into the details of those. So here's kind of a quick summary for those 3 different incentive tracks. Standard, it's pretty easy and obvious, and we've got brochures here that will kind of bring this to light for you and make it make sense. But standard is kind of like ordering off the menu at a restaurant. Everything's already calculated and spelled out for you. You can just say, I want meal deal number 4, whatever it is. Okay. So these are common equipment upgrades, preset incentives, things like lighting, HVAC, refrigeration, just kind of those common measures that apply to a lot of businesses. Okay. Is pre-approval required? Well, only if the project qualifies for incentives greater than $15,000. Once we hit that $15,000 threshold of incentives, so that's not project cost, just talking the Evergy incentives. Once you hit that 15K threshold, that's when we want to get involved before you start pulling out old equipment and buying new stuff, just to make sure we're on the same page, make sure we understand where the project is going, and then your business owner has the certainty of knowing exactly what the incentive will be. There's no guessing at that point. So it's kind of a benefit as well to get involved in the pre-approval. Okay, so that's the standard track. After that is custom light. Okay, it's it's kind of like the custom track. It's all the savings but half the calories. It's custom light. Yeah, David liked that. Got a little chuckle out of him. I knew I could count on you for that one. That's custom light, half the calories. No, what is it? Well, it is projects that aren't on that standard list. Okay, but we don't need energy savings calculations on them because we've already got preset incentive amounts. Okay, so it was kind of a funny thing that the KCC actually wanted it set up this way, at least for the first year or 2 in Kansas. Eventually, we might be able to move more of our custom light measures over to the standard track. Okay, but it's a pretty simple incentive track to follow. So is pre-approval required? Well, yes, for HVAC measures or HVAC equipment that you install, but no, we don't need pre-approval for any custom lighting projects less than 15K. Okay,
So quick question.
yes, sir.
Rob has already done a lighting project.
Yeah. You see how I kind of went, man?
Yeah. So he
Probably not gonna qualify unless it was done within the last 90 days. What say you, Rob?
Yeah, those last 90 days.
Well, then we're gonna get Veronica connected with you here
There you
and
go.
we're gonna,
All right.
we're gonna see. Yeah, definitely, let's talk. Were you like pulling down some fluorescent lighting or?
8-foot fluorescents.
Yeah,
And we
like
put
big
up
tubes.
the LED 2x4 panels
Nice,
and electrician came in to roll up.
good deal. Do you, 8-foot tubes, those might be custom light. But yeah, let's talk and see what we can do. Do you happen to have like pictures of the old stuff so we kind of know what the quantities were? I mean, you don't have to pull them out right now. But you you might.
Anyway,
We took out the old metal fixtures. Recycled them, put up the new. Platform. Yeah, the complete panel that just sits in there.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, we will definitely dig into this further. And then you're here in Hutch, right? Okay, excellent. Good deal. Nice.
that connected me.
Just, I know, David's good at his job. Yeah. He's a connector. That's good. All right, and then the last incentive track is custom, okay? And custom, well, it's kind of like if you want something at the restaurant and it's not on the menu. You know, they got the stuff in the kitchen, so maybe you talk to the chef about it and you put something together. Same thing here. So anything that you want to do that's not on that standard list of incentives, let's talk. You know, let's take a look at what you want to do and see what we can come up with as far as incentives. So since it is kind of custom and non-standard, well, as you would expect, yeah, we're going to need pre-approval. Just get us involved early. Okay. All right. So, well, what do I have to do is what people often ask. You know, this incentive program sounds great, but you know, what's next? What do I do? Well, there's just 83 easy steps that you need to follow. Beginning here. No, not at all. It's really just a little Excel incentive application that you fill out. And about 80% of that application is just contact information like name, phone number, email address, easy stuff. So that's what that first check is there. We need the spec sheets of whatever you install. So Rob would probably get with your electrician and say, hey, send me, you know, the PDF of the specs of what I installed, your new lights. We would need your W-9, itemized invoices to just show the material and labor cost for the electrician that you hired. And then just a copy of your utility bill, just to make sure we've got the right account info to verify account details. And then just some, if applicable type things like a tax exempt letter, a letter of authorization, like if you had your electrician handle the whole incentive process, well, you would need to authorize him to do that, but might not apply here. And then energy calculations if we were dealing with custom projects. But like with Rob's lighting project, yeah, probably just a standard type of deal. So all we would need is just these top few things here. So no, not a very tough involved process at all. And
Another
then,
thing I'm gonna add,
Yeah,
David, is you might
please.
have it on your next slide, but you also replace the washers and dryers. And if they're the most efficient models out there compared to the base, let's talk about those as well.
yeah, might be able to go a custom route with something like that, possibly. Yep. For sure. All right, so standard incentives, quick review on that again, they're paid on a per unit basis. So like Rob's lights, we'll just count how many lights he replaced. And there would be an incentive for each of those, whatever that quantity is. Standard incentives can pay up to 100% of the project costs. Okay. Individual results may vary because of course it's going to depend on what your project cost was. We've got set standard incentive amounts, but you know, what your electrician charged might be different than what somebody was charged in Wichita or Salina or wherever. And no pre-approval or inspections required for standard incentives less than $15,000, which is the majority of projects. It takes a big project really to get over that 15K standard incentive threshold. All right, and so what we've got here, and actually, Veronica, it'd probably be a good time. Why don't we pass out, if you wouldn't mind, do the small biz.
So basically, these are gonna be for anybody over 1,500,000 kilowatts. And this is gonna be for anyone under that.
Yep.
So
Exactly. So that will be a helpful visual aid there. Because I'm not going to read every line here, but this is just kind of give you an idea of some of the measures that are incentivized. So refrigeration, that definitely caught my eye when I was looking at some of David and Ryan's pictures there early this morning. A lot of stuff we can do there. Coolers and freezers that don't have an automatic door closer, ECM motors, all kinds of stuff we can do with refrigeration. I always stop on this one because it's kind of funny. We've got all kinds of high-tech type equipment that you can put in and we can incentivize, but we'll even incentivize really low-tech stuff too. like strip curtains on walk-in freezers, the vinyl and you spray. We'll even incentivize those. We got you covered. I just always think that's funny. Even low tech, you can incentivize. All right, so now speaking of high tech, VFDs, okay, variable frequency drives. So this is a great way to take HVAC equipment like the stuff Justin and Kruse Corp sell. But if you don't want to replace that equipment, because maybe you've got 5, 6, 7 years worth of life on it, but you want to make it more efficient, well, putting a VFD, which stands for variable frequency drive, on the supply fan is a great way to improve the efficiency of an existing HVAC unit. And wouldn't you know it, we've got some real nice, generous incentives right over there, all based off of the horsepower of the motors that are being controlled. Compressed air is another great opportunity for energy efficiency improvements. And we've got some nice incentives available for those too. All right, here's the low-hanging fruit, okay? Interior lighting. If any businesses that you work with have got old fluorescent lighting or maybe metal halide lights in a warehouse, let's talk. Okay, let's get them connected with this program because these lighting incentives are so generous when you look at the cost of new LEDs and then look at the incentives Evergy will give you. A lot of times we're coming across projects where it's a net zero cost for the business owner because the price of the new fixtures is so low relative to the incentive that they will get from Evergy. Okay, so low-hanging fruit, lighting. Let's start with lighting. Great incentives on it and great return on their investment because they're going to be able to reduce the wattage so significantly. It's a big deal. Okay. Some fixtures. Here's a real popular one. Kind of looks like these are already LED, but a typical 2x4 fixture, like what you see above your head there. If we were replacing T8s, we'd be on this line right here. So it'd be a $55 per fixture incentive. And it would actually be even higher if the site uses 1.5 million kilowatt hours or less to be able to give enhanced incentives, even higher. I think it's like $85 per fixture. It's a nice deal. I mean, can't miss. Does that make sense? Yeah. Heck of a deal. Interior lighting controls, we've got incentives for those too. Oh, and here's another nice one, especially the part of year that we're getting into here. It's starting to get darker a little earlier. You might be driving home and you'll notice, maybe a church down the street has some burnt out parking lot lights or wherever. We got great incentives available for exterior lighting as well. I think Veronica and I were just talking to somebody yesterday that was talking about 1,000 watt fixtures are really typical for like the tall 30-foot poles that you might see in a parking lot. Golly, look at that, $270 for a fixture like that. And then I think the enhanced incentives for small businesses was like 400 something.
420, I thought,
Yeah,
off the top of my head.
yeah, major bucks. Big deal. Yeah, it's a big deal. All right, so we got you covered. Pretty much anything. So that's standard. Okay, those are standard incentives. That's just like ordering off the menu at the restaurant. Custom light, similar to standard, incentives paid per unit, pre-approval not required. Okay, if we're talking about lighting, custom light, and we're under 15K of incentive. One exception here though, custom light HVAC measures. Okay, so like all of Justin's stuff he was talking about, the split systems, rooftop units, chillers, that sort of thing. We're gonna need pre-approval on that. All right, and there's the custom light HVAC table, okay? Remember I was talking about how this kind of ties everything together that we've talked about all day? This is all the stuff that Justin was talking about. Remember, he was talking about single package units when he was talking about drive by a Walmart and you'll see 80 of them on the roof. That's what he was talking about here, was package units or split systems. Remember he was talking about, hey, that's like the system you got at your house, right? You got the noisy box outside and the furnace downstairs. That's a split system. So we've got nice incentives for all of those. We've got heat pumps too, if you want to get into heat pumps. Remember this one too? He was talking about VRF. Okay, and kind of the mixed results with VRF. Yeah, individual results may vary. But yes, there can be some nice applications for VRF, and we do see quite a bit of that. With like a lot of older buildings, we'll see those go in. A lot of old churches will do something like that. Old schools, they work real well there too. We got you covered there, and then even packaged terminal units. Okay, had a PTAC unit in my hotel last night. All right, noisy as can be, but it kept me cool. It worked, and we've even got incentives available for those too. All right, chillers. The big stuff that Justin was talking about, like 100-ton up to 500, 800-ton, however big you want. K-State has them, Wichita State has them. Colleges put them in, big office buildings put them in. Might not fit the small business customers that you're talking to, but just to make you aware. So when the time is right, yeah, please refer some of those customers that might have a chiller, make them aware of the program, get them connected to Veronica, and we will take it from there. And you can see that big equipment, we're talking like $600 per ton type incentives. It's big bucks, yeah. All right, custom light interior lighting. Yeah, we've got like 8-foot lamps on there. We've got heck, even CFLs. Remember CFLs, compact fluorescent lights, the curly cues, you know? Grandma would put them in her lamp and didn't like how long it would take for it to warm up. Yeah, we all know CFLs, but yeah, we've got incentives available on those too. Parking garage lighting, we got it all. All right. So if there's anything that you want to put in though, like maybe washers and dryers that aren't listed on those standard incentive or the custom incentive list, well, that's fine. We just go custom with it. Okay, so almost any energy saving measure, not on those lists. And these incentives would be paid on a per kilowatt hour saved basis. So that's where we start getting into energy savings calculations. Okay. David and Ryan talked a little bit about projections and forecasts and doing energy audits and analysis. That's kind of what we're getting into here. Okay. But it isn't on the whole facility. It's looking at just that individual measure, you know, like new dryers. Okay. We could put in dryer model A or dryer model B. What's the expected kilowatt hour savings difference between those two? Okay. Pre-approval is required on all custom projects because it's custom, right? We got to get coordinated, make sure we know what's going on here. And then likewise, pre and post inspections are required. And that's a pretty simple deal. Myself or Veronica, somebody like us would come out and just take a look around, you know, let's take some pictures of it. We might get on the roof, like those pictures of Ryan on the roof, taking a look at HVAC units. Same type of deal. Does that make sense? So we got standard, custom light, custom. Pretty much anything you can put in, we can figure out an incentive for. And so these are the custom incentive rates. Okay, remember, it is based off of kilowatt hours saved. Okay, projected or calculated, expected kilowatt hour savings. Okay. So every category pretty much here represented. If you don't see something that doesn't fit what you're looking at, well, we've always got the old tried and true miscellaneous. You can throw it in that category and we'd be looking at an 8-cent incentive per kWh saved. Yes, David.
Okay, so is this is just for equipment, right? Not for like for compressed air, not for doing a compressed air audit and fixing leaks that have been identified.
Yeah, well, yes and yes. So it could be an incentive for a new compressor, or it could also be leak survey and repair and fixing those leaks.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Major opportunity there. Yeah. Yeah, compressed air is often called the fifth utility, right?
Yes.
For a reason.
And the most
It's
expensive.
expensive. Yes. Yeah, 100%.
So what would you require for, is that somebody from TRC coming over and verifying the calculations that have been made, or?
So, verifying that the leaks are there. So basically, they can go through with their sound detector or, you know, however they're doing the readings, tag them. And then we come through and just verify, yep, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, up to however many tags. Give you the pre-approval. Yep, go ahead, get it done.
So would you do 100% verification?
Meaning what?
Okay, so if a company has done a compressed air audit and they have 100 leaks,
Okay.
are you going to verify all 100, or are you going to do a spot verification of 10%?
Yeah.
X%?
Right, okay, so we won't go through with measurement equipment ourselves.
Okay,
Ours would just be a visual verification.
tagged.
Yep, it's tagged, they did it, you know what, I'm not hearing any hissing, okay, yep, they fixed it. But no, we don't go around with equipment ourselves.
For 100 tags.
Yeah,
Okay.
Visually, yeah, I see what you're saying.
yeah, just.
But
a
in their
visual.
spreadsheet where they're calculating, okay, based on the PSI and the estimated orifice,
Yeah,
here's the kilowatt hours that will be saved.
yeah, and it's an easy calculation,
Yeah.
because it's kind of established, like you said, you're
Yeah.
going off the diameter,
Yeah.
you're going off the PSI. So what's that mean from a CFM standpoint?
Okay,
And then
All right.
punch it in the application and
Yeah.
away we go. Yeah. Yeah, it's easy deal. All right. Good stuff. Okay, and then big point of emphasis here with the audience here, small businesses, okay? When we hit on it a little bit, if your business, or, you know, whoever's applying for this, if their annual consumption for the last 12 months is 1.5 million kWh or less, then they're going to qualify for enhanced incentives. And to give you an idea of context, for 1.5 million kWh, that's a big facility. Okay, so I would imagine probably 90, if not 95% of the companies that you're talking to are going to be well under that 1.5 million. Okay, so I always like to show kind of the basic standard incentives so I don't overpromise until we verify how much their usage is. But the brochure that Veronica was passing out, the one that has the guy running the flower shop on it.
Yeah. This
Yeah.
is a useful business.
Yeah. And so those small business incentives, hey, there's another flower shop guy. That's kind of funny. They qualify for the enhanced incentives. Just another way to say higher incentives, more money for the small business folks. Okay. And so everybody defines small business different, right? It's kind of interesting here and everybody's different. The key with us is just that 1.5 million kilowatt hours of electricity the past 12 months. Okay, so that's the easiest way to qualify for the enhanced incentives. The other track is going through the nonprofit side of things. But yeah, most everybody's going to be under this. If somebody's above that and they're a nonprofit, we can still work with them that way too. All right, so enhanced incentives, more money. All right, Evergy, Kansas service areas. So we basically blocked out each county, and of course, you know, you guys understand there's plenty of co-ops in there too that would kind of create some donuts in the map. But that's how we put it together here, just to give you an idea. And like when Justin was talking about, he brought up Hayes, and I said, yeah, it's too far west. You can see basically around Salina or so is the westernmost part. And then
Who do we reach out to if we're not in your range? Who else does this?
as far as, yeah, because yeah, which would be like Newton, right?
No, in the middle, like we've got that tiny little blue spot on the very side of us.
Gotcha.
Well, actually,
Or
no,
wait, no.
we're even more further to the center.
Right above Reno County.
Right, this are.
To the left.
You're like one more.
One more.
Who here's from Missouri? Don't know my counties. Okay, I got you. So who is your electric utility provider? Okay. So yeah, you would want to check with them
Okay.
just to see.
They just
Yeah.
don't know, I mean,
Yeah.
if you're touching the county, but you're not covering the county, how does that work? Like the color, the part of the color gets service, but. Is that right?
Yeah, and so this is really just meant to be kind of a high level type map. It's not like down to street level detail.
Evergy bill.
Like opportunity that some of mine, it may hit it if they're on the border.
As long as they're an Evergy customer.
Okay,
Yeah, so it really just comes down to who's their provider. If it's Evergy, they've got a commercial rate code, which they should. Then yeah, you connect them with Veronica or me.
So you can have neighbors and one house has it and one.
Truly, yeah, it really is just street by street, you know, so yeah, you just gotta find out who they're paying for electricity. All right, so yeah, big service area there, for sure. Okay, some contact info. I've got cards as well too. Veronica's cards are on the way. That's my fault. I didn't get those ordered in time. She's been with us for like 3 weeks. Doing a heck of a job. But yeah,
Learning every day.
cards for you as well there. But yeah, please just reach out. Even if it's just what you think might be a dumb, stupid question, you're not wasting our time. That's what we're here for. There is no dumb, stupid questions.
I have a dumb stupid question.
Okay.
So I'm a Walmart and I'm an Evergy customer and I have 100,000 fluorescent lamps.
Okay.
Is there a cap or?
The cap in Kansas is I want to say $250,000 per project. And a project is defined by just what's going on at that one site, that one Walmart. And then I want to say it's $1 million cap per tax ID per year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a great program.
Yeah, so Walmart,
Yeah.
Walmart could go to town, yeah, yeah. Anybody can go to town, I mean, because it's all relative and scalable, you know? So the local insurance agent, yeah, they could go to town too and get all their lights
Okay,
changed.
and so none of this is federal money.
Correct, none of this is federal money. The states, so for example, like in Missouri, they've had this program in Missouri for a dozen years probably. because the state passed, what they call MIA, Missouri Energy Efficiency Investment Act. And then Kansas just did the same thing just a couple years ago. So that, what they mean by investment act, it just kind of grants utilities the ability to redirect some ratepayer funds into a pool of money, which can then be used for incentives like this, which then get paid back out to other ratepayers.
So the only point I'm making, so Rob, say that you were doing a project and you're gonna get some incentive money from them. But it's not gonna cover the full cost of your project. You can use the Evergy funding as part of the 75% matching fund for the REAP grant, if you applied for that, because it's not federal fund.
Yeah, you can stack it with, yeah,
And then, so say you got quarter of the funding from them, so now you only have, okay, I shouldn't do that because that's math. So anyway, I'm saying, whatever that 75% is, it's gonna be less, so, yeah. Wow,
yeah, it's, yeah, it's not tied to federal, to state, it is kind of a
right,
ratepayer funded.
Yeah.
Thing. So yeah, take advantage, take advantage, you're
okay,
paying in.
we got some stuff for you,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and a lot of times too, I always tell folks, you don't have to be an expert in, all those incentives I was running through. We just wanted to show you those slides just to give you an idea, kind of get the wheels turning. We know you'll forget it a couple weeks from now. That's okay. We're here to help you. Just wanted to plant that seed that, yeah, if you're an Evergy commercial customer, let's go, let's talk. So, and that's who you can talk to, depending on where you're at. We've got folks everywhere. Trevor down in Pittsburgh, Corey in Topeka, Dana and myself up in the KC metro area. Well, Chuck as well too. And then Veronica in the Wichita metro area.